The broadcast is now starting. All attendees are in listen-only mode.
Yeah, hi everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Am I audible? And can you see my screen? If anybody can confirm. Okay, great. So we'll start our session in another 2-3 minutes. So we'll wait other participants to join. Okay, so we'll wait 2-3 minutes and then we'll start our session. Okay, so I think we'll start our session. Most of the participants join this one. Okay, great. So let's start our day 3 sessions. So today we'll focus on mainly on the Azure cloud, basically. What is the fundamental of Azure cloud? We'll discuss about Azure AD, different component of Azure, how you can authenticate, what are the different services are there, how we can enumerate, and then in the second half we'll discuss about how you can actually perform a RedTeam operation in Azure cloud. Okay, so if anybody have any questions, like regarding our yesterday or day before yesterday session, any questions related to AWS and GCP that we discussed? Okay, I think all good. So let's start with day 3 session. So isn't one second, just a second. I'll just okay. So let's start. So as we discuss about two major cloud providers like AWS and GCP, most of the organizations are using Azure a lot because traditionally if they are using Azure AD, it's very easy for them to migrate to Azure cloud. But now these days, other cloud vendors just like AWS and GCP also provide a lot of different ways to migrate to sync your identity from your on premises to your cloud environment. So today agenda will be discuss about the fundamental of Azure cloud because most of the Fortune 500 companies are using Azure cloud for their email operations. Like if they are using O365 or any other services, or they are using platform as a service, software as a service, or infrastructure as a service, like creating a virtual machines, database, and all these things in Azure. So first we'll discuss about how the Azure cloud look like, what are the main component of Azure cloud, and then we'll discuss about how we can compare to AWS and GCP in a traditional Active Directory environment. So this will be agenda for today's session. For first half and second half, we will go for a full-fledged red team operations here. Okay, so first we'll discuss about Azure cloud, the overview, how you can authenticate, what are the services are there. Then there are three different component of Azure: Azure AD, ARM, and Office 365. We will discuss about each of these component one by one, and also how we can enumerate, with the CLI, with the portal, how these components are different, have a different among each other. Okay. So first, let's start with Azure Cloud. So you can see Azure Cloud mainly have a three different components. Similar like in our when we discuss about GCP, we have a three different components. So Azure Cloud also have a three different components. One of the topmost component is called Azure AD. This is mainly used for authentications. Where it's actually required authentication, suppose if you are using ARM. When I'm talking about ARM means Azure Resource Manager. Let's say if you want to create a virtual machines, if you want to create any cloud resources that will be part of ARM. And if you create it in the backend, automatically Azure AD will be created for you. That means Azure AD is a complementary service for both ARM as well as Office 365. So either if you create a ARM or Office 365, Azure AD comes into pictures because Azure is the main services which is mainly used for authentication purpose. Now you can see here, suppose if organization is using Office 365, let's say if they are using Outlook on the web, or if they are using document service, Microsoft Teams, or any other services that will be part of Office 365, or recently they changed it called M365, that means Microsoft 365. So if you're using these SaaS based solutions, in the backend, Azure AD will be a complementary service which is used for authentications. Okay, now we'll discuss each of these component one by one. Okay, so similar like any other cloud providers, when we discuss about AWS and GCP, Azure also follow the same architectures. You have a Azure portal which will provide you to you can directly access through your web browser. right? Where you required username and password to authenticate. Very simple. Similar like AWS have a portal, GCP have their own portal, and Azure also have their portal. Now there is one more thing called Azure APIs. Azure API means it's basically a control plane, which is a set of API exposed to the public. So these are the authenticated API. So you can directly access these API with your Azure CLI, or you can use the API client. So you can consume these API to do your operations. So suppose there are two ways to interact with the Azure. One way is you can use your web client. You can authenticate to the portal, and the backend portal will connect back to your API. Same thing, you can use Azure CLI or API client to authenticate or actually consume these API to do your operations. So this is Azure API is basically a combination of API, which is a control plane, which is mainly used to perform some actions and just check the authorizations what users or service principal have. And in the backend, we have a data plane where actually your service will be hosted. So it's just like a similar, but the difference here is Azure CLI also accept these three type of credentials. One is you can specify your username and password, similar like we have in GCP, but AWS doesn't support, Azure CLI doesn't support like in terms of your username and password. It's only support access key ID and secret. But GCP and Azure supports these three type of credentials. Either you can specify your username and password, you can specify a client secrets. Client secrets, we can say it's similar like in GCP we have a service account. In Azure we have called service principal. So the difference between these programmatic access is in AWS we generally call this a programmatic access like access key ID and secret. In GCP, we call it a service account. In Azure, we call it a service principal. So the name is different, but that's the main use to automate the task where you don't require human interventions. Yeah. Okay, and you can also use access token. Okay, so can you see the screen clearly? If anybody can confirm that they can, are you able to see my screen? Full screen? Okay, let me check. Let me check if I share the correct screen or not. Okay. Now, can anybody confirm? Like if it's visible? Okay, okay. Yeah, sorry, I think I shared the wrong screen. Okay, so you can see there are multiple ways to authenticate in Azure. Like you can use your application ID secrets, you can use client secrets, or you can even use certificate to authenticate to the Azure. We'll discuss about these things. And at the end, you can use your access token. So when we already discussed like GCP and Azure in the backend, they use APIs. Like how you can authenticate the API, you have to use auth token to authenticate to the API. So that means like every case, if you have a access token, you can authenticate to your control plane, or you can directly authenticate to the API. You can even use your API client, curl, or you can use Postman or any other API client to authenticate it. Now, this is a similar like any other cloud providers, but the main difference come into picture here is what sort of credentials you have and how you can authenticate. That is really important because when you do red team operations, you will get a lot of credentials there. Lot maybe sometime you'll get a username and password. Sometime you'll get a client secret. Sometime you'll get a certificate. Sometime you'll get a access token to authenticate. So you just understand about how you can use those credentials to authenticate. Okay, now similar like any other cloud providers, Azure also have a two type of credentials, long-term and short-term credentials. Long-term credentials, which is valid for a long duration of time. Short-term credentials is like access token, which have a very short limited of validities. So please make sure, because if you have a short-term credentials, you have to migrate or you have to literally move to the long-term credentials. Somehow you have to identify the techniques to to escalate your privilege or laterally move to the long-term credentials. Okay, now let's talk about some of the authentications. How this authentication work? Okay, so the first thing is, let's say the first portal that is look like is called Azure portal. So you have to use your username and password to authenticate. Now this is the portal where Azure AD and ARM, so both the components are stored there. All other components are part of ARM. Only this is the you can see the icon is part of Azure AD. So Azure AD and ARM is hosted on this particular portal. Okay, now when you're talking about Office 365, so you can use like office.com, or and here you specify your credentials there, and yeah, you can use it like this if you have a license. Or similar like in our GCP, like we saw, we have a two sort of portal in of workspace side or Office 365. One is your management portal where you manage license and all these things, and second one is your end user portal, because suppose if you have a mail access, that means it belongs to you. You can authenticate, you can see your mail, you can view your your files, you can even upload or download your documents there. There is one more portal that's called admin.microsoft.com. Yeah, this is a portal for Office 365 or M365 Admin Center, where you can manage multiple things like license and billing and all these things. It's similar like we have in our Google Workspace. So main thing is, if you're talking about your Active Directory or portal, you can directly, or ARM, you can directly authenticate with this one. But if you're talking about O365 or M365, if you are want to authenticate to the management portal, you have to authenticate here. Keep in mind that you should require admin permissions to authenticate to this portal. Otherwise, you will be logging here like your end user portal. So this is how you can. So there are three different portal. Very simple. One portal we can use portal.azure.com, where you can access your Active Directory as well as ARM services. Another portal is your management portal, where you can use you can manage users, groups, all these things. In the backend you can see you have a users as well. That means these are the part of Azure AD only, Azure Active Directory only. So in both the portal, Office 365 portal as well as Azure portal, you will see Active Directory will be there, because I already told you Azure Active Directory is a complementary service. Even if you use Office 365 or ARM, or sorry, Azure Active Directory will be a complementary service. So even here also you can see the users groups, which is similar like here. The same thing will be there in both the side. But it's why they hosted like this. Suppose some of the organizations they are not using Azure. In that case, you can manage from here. And some of the organizations they are not using Office 365. You can manage from here. And the third portal is office.com. That's this end user portal, where you can see all the applications that are assigned to you, like your mail, Outlook, your Teams, documents, Teams, and other lot of different portal, just like share drive. So these are the things are part of Office 365. So this is how you can authenticate. But please keep in mind that you should understand about these portals, right? Because when you do operations based on your objective, you have to have the access from the particular portal, and you have to perform your objective there. So yeah, you can see. So these are the three different portal. One portal you can use your where your ARM means all the resources like VMs, virtual machines, storage, any other resources are part of ARM will be hosted there. Plus, you will also see Azure Active Directory here. This is the admin portal where you will get all Office 365 licenses, management, and all everything. Apart from here, you will also get the Azure AD as well. And the third one is your end user portal, where you actually use your service. Just like these are the services that are assigned to you, so you can use. These are the end user services here. This is how these are three different portals we have in Azure. Okay, now when you're talking about authentications, so as of now, there are multiple CLIs are there. So please keep in mind that we are not, cover each and every CLI because some of the CLI are outdated. So we mainly focus on two CLI. One is, so let me just draw you some, so you will get, because Azure have a lot of hundreds of things. So you will be very confused, we will be confused very easily. So it's better to understand what are the things we can use it on what purpose. Okay, so now the conceptual thing is here is because there are hundreds of CLI, hundreds of things are there, but the end you can see you have three things. One is your AD, Azure AD. Other one is you have your ARM, Resource Manager, where you have a, and third one is your M365. Let's say M365. Right. So how you can authenticate portal? You can see this will be available at portal.azure.com. Azure.com. This is also available at portal.azure.com. Portal.azure.com. And this is, they have two different portal. One is admin dot. This is management portal, admin.microsoft.com. And here you can see office.com. Okay, now the important point here is because portal you can see and you can use the same credential to authenticate. Here you just required admin, Office 365 administrator to authenticate here. Similar like in our workspace, we understand, right? Now there are multiple CLI are there. So please keep in mind that very simple. If you want to interact, let's say if you want to interact with ARM, if you have to use either AG CLI or AZ PowerShell CLI. In our case, we are PowerShell CLI, very simple, which is basically interacting with, which have other functionality as well, but mostly this is used for interacting with Azure ARM. Now, if you want to interact with, Azure AD or M365, generally we use it called Azure AD PowerShell CLI. We'll discuss why we use this one. So here you can see, let's see, just use AGCLI and just you can use PowerShell CLI as well, but in our case we are using, because otherwise it will be very confusing for you. You can use any CLI. At the backend they will call to that respective APIs there. But it's better if you use these CLI, so it will be very easy to you to understand why we are using these CLI. And if you want to interact with Office 365, Office 365 generally we can use REST API. REST API, that means Office 365 contain mail, contain your we can say any documents, Teams, or any document service, doc service. For a power, there are other services as well. Like if you want to interact with these services, you can directly use the REST API to interact with these services. Okay, now one important questions come into picture is, I already told you, when somebody say when you talk when we are talking about ARM, Azure AD is a complementary services here. When you're talking about Office 365, Azure AD is a complementary services. So basically, Azure AD will contain your users, your groups, your device for all authentication purpose. These are the complementary services which is used for identity purpose. Okay, now let's try to use the CLI to authenticate this one. So you will get a idea why it's happening there, why we use these CLIs. So in our slide, we are using multiple CLI, but in our operations, we will use only AZ as well as Azure AD Connect PowerShell utilities. Keep in mind that if you have hundreds of CLI, so there are multiple CLI are there. So instead of just be confused among these CLI, just use only these two CLI. One is AZ CLI, which is a cross-platform CLI, and another one is Azure AD PowerShell CLI. Other functionality is also there, but these are the mostly used that we use in our RedTeam operations there. Okay, now let's see how you can authenticate it. Okay, so the authentication it's very simple. Let's say if you have AZ CLI. Okay, before that, I think it's better if you will get this idea, then you will have a just a second. I'll just yeah. This is the point which is really important. Then you will understand why it's happening there. So suppose in the backend, if you're talking about ARM, means your resource, right? It is hosted on in this particular API. This API name is management.azure.com. Management.azure.com. I think this is the yeah. So this is the API. This is the API where this all the services related to your ARM will be hosted here. Now, if you're talking about Azure AD, Azure AD is hosted on graph.microsoft.com, and this is also hosted on graph.microsoft.com. So there are traditionally there are different they change the CLI. I'm talking about the latest one, which is actually they are using it. So don't be confused with the traditional they use it. Latest one they hosted here micro, and there are some of others APIs endpoint where they are using it, but in the future they are going to depreciate. So these are the API which is recently used by. So these are the endpoint where you can use it. Now, when you're talking about CLI, it's basically what it does. It's basically call these endpoint in the backend. So if you're using Azure AD, CLI or REST API, it will basically call these particular endpoint in the backend. If you're using AZ CLI or AZ PowerShell or any other CLI, it will basically call these particular endpoint in the backend. So keep in mind that one is this endpoint and one is this endpoint. These are the two endpoints which is really, really important. Graph.microsoft.com and management.azure.com. So if you want to interact with Azure AD or Office 365, you have to use this endpoint, or if you are going to interact with ARM, you can use this endpoint. Even in the backend, CLI also does the same thing. I'll show you how it's look like. So any questions? Any here? Because Azure, why I'm talking about in this specific point, because Azure have a lot of CLI, lot of endpoints, and a lot of confusing things is there. So to keep in mind, it's very simple. If you want to interact these two things, you have to just interact with this particular endpoint. Okay, now you can see there are other endpoint as well, graph.windows.net, but these endpoint are already outdated, so they are not using at present in this case. So instead of having this one, just simply use these two endpoints for any of the API call there. Yeah, it's very confusing actually, but very simple. If you want to interact with Azure AD or Office 365, you can use these two endpoints. One is graph.microsoft.com. This is the one, this you can use these endpoint, graph.microsoft.com, to interact with Azure AD or Office 365. But if you want to interact, like suppose if you want to create a virtual machines, you can go here with this particular endpoint and you can ask to create a virtual machines. But if you want to do anything, just like if you want to access your mail or if you want to do anything, you can connect with these endpoints. There are other endpoints also available, some of outdated, some of not used widely. So these are the recent one that is used by the Azure at present. And you can use these two CLI. One is Azure AD CLI and second one is AZ or AZ PowerShell CLI. That's it. I'll show you. So once we'll get familiar with, you will get a lot of clarity like what I'm talking about. So now let's go here and let's install AZ if you already install it. So this is how it's similar like our AWS GCP CLI. So we are talking about AZ CLI here. Okay, now let's how we can authenticate. First check, like when we discuss about AWS, like you can use profiles. When you're talking about GCP, you can use you have a multiple accounts as active and you can make active to any other account. In Azure, you can see like this a account list if you are authenticated with any of the account. If not, let's use AZ login. Now, okay, now let's use AZ login. It will open a browser where you have to enter your credentials, and you can see it will follow the same flow like GCP, because Azure and GCP have a auth mechanism because they are working on API exposing. In that case, this is the three-legged flow we are talking about in in auth. Now you can see if you authenticate successfully, you will see like this. Okay, now let's clear it. Let's see like this. Any questions here? Very simple. You can see I'm authenticated as this user. We'll talk about other things as well, but just very clear. We'll talk about what is this information here, but this is how you can authenticate. Now you can see the first thing coming to picture is your home tenant ID. This is your tenant ID, that means unique to your organizations. And here you can see the ID, which is your subscription ID. So it's similar like in GCP, we have a project ID, right? In AWS, we have account ID. Same like in Azure, we have a subscription ID. So you can have access, one user can have access on multiple projects, one user can have access on multiple subscription in Azure. And this is the ID which you use to authenticate, and you can use the type. Okay, any questions here? Similar, like very simple. You can see all this thing. You can also see all the subscription that you have access in this. So you can see if you use this particular switch, you can see all the subscription, then you can have access. Now let's move to the next point. This is how you can use it. Now let's open easy account list. Let's use this one. Now, so when you're talking about AZCLI, we already know that there are other commands as well, but this is mainly used to interact with ARM. ARM means if you want to create a virtual, you can use this CLI to create a virtual machines, create, do a lot of things there in Azure, like database, anything that related to, resource, you can create it with AZCLI. Okay. Now let's go for a second CLI, which is called Azure AD PowerShell CLI. How you can authenticate? First check if you installed or not. Connect Azure AD. So you can see if I install AZ CLI, I can interact with the ARM. But if I want to interact with Office 365 or Azure AD, I can interact it? So you have to use this particular CLI here. You just need to install this CLI, and you can run this command, and you have to specify your credentials, employee 01, and then you can specify your password. And you can see I'm successfully, so you can see tenant ID is same like this one, but in this case you cannot, you can see you not able to see any of the subscription here. Why? Because Azure AD CLI is mainly used to interact with Azure AD or M365. So that means there is no requirement of subscription. But in Azure case, AZ CLI case, definitely you require a subscription because you are going to interact with the actual resource like VM and all these things. Okay, so this is how you can authenticate. Anybody facing any issues here? I'm just keeping it very simple here. So you just need these two CLI to interact with Azure AD as well as ARM. Very simple. Okay, now let's go and let's see other things are there. So these are the things I'll just discuss. So you can see you can also use any other CLI as well like this one, but don't be confused with hundreds of things. Just use these two things, these two utility, and it is more than enough to do your operations there. Other utilities also similar like this one. They use a different command, but in the backend they will call these two APIs that we discuss, either Microsoft.graph or either your management.azure.com. Okay, now so there are other CRI. These are the already outdated, so no need to use this one. Now, second questions come into picture is if you want to interact with this is we interacted with or we authenticated as a user account. Think about a scenario just like in AWS we use access key ID and secret to authenticate with the CLI. In GCP we use service account to authenticate with the CLI. In Azure case we use this is called service principal. So we use service principal credentials to authenticate with the CLI. So how these credentials look like? So I'm just sharing some details on a Discord, and we'll discuss in a detail what is service principal. But before that, you just get familiar with how you can authenticate as a programmatically. So just a second, I'm just sharing these details in our Discord. So suppose here I authenticate as a user account. If you want to authenticate as a service account, how you can authenticate? You simply come out AZ login. You can just check the command here and add directly. I can copy paste it from here, and that's it. Don't be confused with 100 things. Be very clear. We use this CLI AZ to authenticate as a user account and authenticate as a service account. Very simple. Okay. Now, what do you mean by tenant ID? Tenant ID is the unique ID, just like it's mapped to your domain. Like in your organizations, if your domain is abc.com, that map they will create a unique ID for your organizations. So in our case, you can see this is our tenant ID. I also pasted in our Discord. So I use the tenant ID is unique for each and every domain, mostly each and every organizations we can say, which is unique to your organization. Now password, yeah, like if you authenticate as a user account, you require your username and password. In app service principal case, you require your your application ID and secret. We'll see how we can generate, how it's look like and all this thing. But yeah, you required, just like in AWS, we required access key ID and secret. Here we required application ID and secret. Okay, so now I just used application key ID, application ID here. Password, I can use this password that I already shared. And let's see. And yeah, you can see I'm successfully able to authenticate here. So if you want to see account list, yeah, please keep in mind that if I using all, yeah, one thing here is if you can see your user account. This is your user account. If your user account have a same subscription and your service account have a same subscription, it will overwrite. If they do have a different subscription, you will see like this. If they have a same subscription, it will be overwrite in this case. So you can see if you authenticate as a user account here, you will get information. This is the subscription ID, start with B7 to 11, and these are the your identity which is used to authenticate. Now, if you authenticate with a service account, you can see this is the same subscription. If you authenticate as a same subscriptions, like with the same subscription, it will be overwrite here. Now you can see this is the name means your application ID and the type you can see here. Okay, so this is how you can use AZ CLI if you have a service account. We can say service principal. That means if you have application ID or secret, you can authenticate it. Any questions here? Now you can use even Azure AD to authenticate, but in this case, your service principal like Azure AD only support if you have your application ID instead of secret, you have your certificate. It will only accept the certificate. So if you have a certificate is similar like your secret, but it is mainly for a security purpose. Instead of secret, they come up with the new ideas called certificate. I'll show you how it's look like. But this is how you can authenticate. Okay. Now let's see if you want to authenticate as a user account with multiple CLI. Let's see it here. Like if I'm using AZ CLI, you can use this one. If you're using AZ PowerShell CLI, you can authenticate. If you're using Azure AD PowerShell CLI, you can authenticate like this. Or if you're using, this is the outdated one, MSOL, which is called Microsoft Online Service. This is mainly used for Office 365. But this is outdated. But this is how you can authenticate. Now, when you're talking about service principal, how you can authenticate? Very simple. When you're talking about AZ CLI, you can use service principal, then your username, then your password. Password means application ID, application secret, and this is how you can authenticate. If you are using AZ PowerShell, you can. This is how you can authenticate. You can just use this one, and you can specify your application ID and secret. It's same. Don't be confused. Don't confused with this one, but just for a demonstration purpose for different, because sometimes you don't have a AZ CLI, sometimes you have a AZ PowerShell CLI only. So just for a demonstration purpose, I'll just show you. But here you can see Azure AD Connect CLI, Connect Azure AD Connect CLI only accept certificate. So you can generate a certificate and you can upload it, the thumbprint of that certificate here, and you can use that thumbprint instead of a secret here. You can use same application ID, but instead of secret, you can use the thumbprint. So how it's important in a security point of view. Suppose if you compromise the application ID, if you compromise the secret as well, you are not able to authenticate until or unless you have a physical access on that system, because certificate is only installed in a system. So either if you have a certificate access or you have a system access where certificate is installed, you can access it, you can authenticate here. So this is one step enhancement, then you're just to having rely on application ID and secret. if you have a certificate which is installed there in a system, so you will first need to dump the certificate, or you just need to use the same system to authenticate to the Azure AD, CLI. Okay, now I think this is not required. Now the main questions coming to picture here is, I'll discuss. Don't worry about this thing. Just think about the authentication part. Don't worry about all these things. We'll see. Now you can see Azure CLI. If you authenticate here, it will store the credentials in these particular files there. So time by time they change the this one. Just like in AWS, we store there in credential file under AWS directory. In GCP, store there in G-Cloud directory under this credential.db or access token.db. In AGCLI, install the file here in this particular file name is access token.db. Please keep in mind that Azure cloud will change these things very rapidly. So if you one day you will see like this one, next day maybe they will change it some other locations. Yeah. But as of now, they store there in this particular file, which is there in your .azure directory, and this is the file name called this is a file name, we can say access token.json. So this is how you can install it. Similar like any other CLI, just like when you're talking about connect Azure CLI, this one, they won't store the credential which is there in a memory. As soon as you close this window, your credentials will be, you have to re-authenticate again. So that means you have to authenticate again. So only Azure CLI will store the credentials there as of now that we use it. Okay, and this is a format of, okay. Now, any questions here? Enumeration part we'll discuss, but let's think about a scenario. Okay, I'll show you one very interesting thing is here. Suppose if you, let's say here, just a second, I'll just show you some. Yeah, suppose if you're doing any operations like easy and you can load VM. So any operation, I just want to show you. So if you're doing any operations and if you want to see where exactly it's connecting the backend, you can use this command called debug, and you can run it. So you can see, you will see all the, because these CLI in the backend, they are consuming the APIs. So definitely they are connecting to a API endpoint. Where it's actually connecting it, you can directly see like here. When you use this command, this one, so you can see it is basically connecting back to your, this is how you can authenticate the endpoint there. Yeah, you can see management.azure.com. This is where it's connecting this particular endpoint in the backend. So you can use any CLI if you are doing any operations on ARM side, like your resources side. You have to connect to this particular API endpoint, management.azure.com. This is the your management.azure.com. Or if you want to do any operation on Office 365 or Azure AD side, you have to use this particular API endpoint, graph.microsoft.com. So very simple. Keep remember these two API endpoint and these two CLI. You will do everything there. So sometimes if your CLI doesn't support some sort of functionality, you can directly call these API endpoint. It will work. So that's why you can directly see, if you use debug command, you can see actually where it's calling in the backend. So it's similar like it's using something like curl command and connecting back to this particular endpoint and giving you the result like this. Okay, any confusion here? Again, 3-4 CLI are there, but mostly we use AZ CLI, or you can even use AZ PowerShell. Like these are the same. If you are in Windows environment, and if you are using PowerShell, you can use that one. Or if you are using AZ, that means it's a cross platform. This is a cross platform. This is work on Windows, Linux, as well as Mac OS. This is mostly work on PowerShell. That means only on Windows. Now you can use the same, but in the backend they will call this API, and this is mainly used to enumerate, do any actions on ARM side. ARM means creating a resource, deleting the resource, on all these things. But if you are connecting to Azure AD or Microsoft 365, you have to use this CLI, Azure AD. There are other CLI as well, like MSOL, which is outdated. But what happened in the backend, they will call this API endpoint. Very simple. They will call these API endpoint in the backend. Okay, any confusion here? We'll see the enumeration part and then we'll get a better idea. But very simple, very clear. Otherwise, lot of things are there in Azure. You will be definitely got confused. You will be definitely get confused. What CLI we use it? Very simple. If you're interacting with the ARM, use AZ CLI. If you're interacting with Azure AD or M365, you can use Azure AD CLI. And we'll see where we use these CLI. Where actually we are going to interact with Azure AD or AR. Okay, now let's go. And there are other API endpoints, but some of are outdated and some of doesn't have much of functionality. So these are the new one, this one and this one, new one. Okay, so if you have an API, if you have access token, you can directly authenticate with the API. Similar like the Visa in the CLI, you can use your bearer token and you can directly call the particular API. Now cloud services. So we saw a lot of clouds, similar like in AWS and GCP. We have other cloud services here, right? For Azure AD, you can use identity service. For ARM side, these are the services which is part of ARM, like compute, storage, network, access management. Everything is part of ARM. Apart from this identity and access management here, this is not a part of ARM. And here, if you're talking about Outlook, Exchange, these document application, these are the part of Microsoft 365. Okay, now let's discuss one by one each of these services. The first one we're going to discuss about Azure AD. Any questions here? Any confusion? One second. Azure PowerShell and CLI is for enumerating for ARM, Azure AD. Correct. Yeah, that's correct. It's so basically correct means mostly we use it. So Azure, suppose AZ CLI also have a functionality to enumerate Azure AD, but that doesn't have that much of functionality that Azure AD CLI have. So to be very simple, very clear, just use two different CLI. AZ CLI we use to enumerate to Azure ARM, or Azure CLI, we can use it to enumerate the Azure AD. Very simple. We can use it for your, otherwise what happen, there are a lot of functionality which is there in Azure AD, AZ CLI as well to enumerate Azure AD. But you will be very confused because it doesn't contain all the functionality. So it's very simple. Now you'll get a familiarity what I'm talking about here. Okay, now let's go with Azure AD here. Again. So you can see Azure AD is basically your identity service. Identity means suppose you have your on-premises, right? Your Active Directory environment. That's called Windows Active Directory environment that you have. You can sync your identity to Azure AD. You can even use your other applications to authenticate with Azure AD. Just like in our case, we are using Google Cloud, we are using AWS, which is connected back to Azure AD. So that's why we can use the federation services. A lot of functionality are there in Azure AD. Apart from this one, Azure AD is a complementary service for ARM as well as Office 365. Now, what are the components are there in Azure AD? So let's go and open your Azure AD portal. So you will get it. So just log into this portal.azure.com and you click on this particular icon. You will see everything related to Azure AD. So as soon as you use ARM or Office 365 in the backend, they will create a Azure AD for you. And when you have a domain name, this is your domain name and this is your unique tenant ID for you. So even if you interact with ARM or any Office 365 or any other things, you have to use this particular tenant name, which is unique for your organizations. And this is mapped to this particular domain. Okay, now other components means, so Azure AD is mainly used for authentication purpose. So you can see you have a users. So all the user information you can see it here. The users can be your on-premises user, so you can see these are the user which is synced from your Active Directory environment. These are the user that's called cloud only user you created here in Azure itself. Okay, so apart from user, you have a groups, similar like in our workspace visa, right? And groups, and we have called app registrations, which is basically we have applications, all the applications that we have, that is called, and we, that is similar like that we have a like programmatic access. We created applications, we assign the permissions. An application is also used for other purpose as well. And so these are the services that is part of Azure AD. And then we have enterprise applications like service principals there, where you have application ID and secret you can create it. So suppose if you go for app registrations, these are the applications. Suppose in our case, if you authenticate, like let's see if you authenticate with which user ID list, you authenticated as this user. This is the application ID, right? Now you go and you will see this application ID there. That application ID that is start with, this will be like this application. This is your application ID. This is the same application, and secret, when you go here, you can see the all the secrets that you created for this application. So similar like in GCP or AWS, we can create a multiple secret of this service principal. In Azure, we call this a service principal, which is used for programmatic access to, or to authenticate here. Okay, now this is the, so you can see now who can manage it, right? You can see Azure AD, these are the component who can manage this user, who can reset the password of user, who can manage the groups, who can manage the service principal. This is comes into picture is called role. Just like in our workspace, we have a admin role. Similar like we have a roles here. So these are the role. Based on the role, we can assign a user or or service principal to these roles, and user and service principal can do the actions. But these actions can only be considered on Azure AD only. It's not applicable on Azure ARM side. Like the topmost role we have is global admin. Global admin. That means global admin have a full permissions on this particular Azure AD. That means they can add the user, they can delete the user, they can create the service principal, they can do much more things there in Azure AD. Apart from this one, you can also see like you have a called, suppose you have a help desk administrator who can reset the password of a user. So this role is mainly used to manage Azure AD. When you're talking about Azure AD, means object of Azure AD. Objects can be your users, can be your groups, can be your device as well. Suppose if you, in your organization, if they are using devices, you can even enroll your device to Azure AD. So all these devices are part of Azure AD, and who have what specific permissions can manage these things. Okay, so you can see it here. We have a multiple components here, like users, we have a groups, we have a devices, we have applications. These are the multiple objects of Azure AD, and how you can manage these objects with roles. So role, based on the role, you can manage these objects. The role is mainly used to manage Azure AD object. Okay, so you can see these just a clear users. We have a two type of users, member or guest. Member means the user which have a same email address like that map to your domain. Guest user, if you have a user which have some other email address which is have a just a guest access on your directory. It can be your generally in organizations who have a either like contractor or who have a just a other the users which is part of any other directory. It basically comes under a guest user account. Now you have a groups, you have a devices. So we'll discuss about all these devices type, but these are the object basically in Azure AD. You have application as well. Now let's do some enumeration, some hands-on, then you will get an idea about what we are talking about, how we'll see the role assignment, how the things is happen. Okay, so now if we are talking about Azure AD, what sort of CLI we use it? We use it Azure AD PowerShell CLI. So first let's authenticate with we already authenticated with this one. If you want to see if you already authenticate or not, you can use this command get current session info. So you can see I'm already authenticated. So if you close this one and if you see again, your credential will be there in temporary and you can see you are not able to use it. So Azure AD will want to store the credentials in disk. They are in the memory only. As soon as you close this window, you have to re-authenticate again. You have to authenticate again. So let's use again. Let us specify your credentials. Okay, now you can see I'm successfully authenticated. Okay, now what we are going to do, we know that we are going to interact with Azure AD. The first an important thing, what you can do it, how you can retrieve the objects there. Very simple. Let's say first enumerate about, I'll just making for your this purpose, I'll just making it very simple. So I think let's keep it very simple. Let's say we have a user EMP01. This is a user account. Now when you're talking, let's say this is a part of Azure AD and this is another part of ARM. Now what are the informations we are going to enumerate in Azure AD site? So in this case we are using Azure AD CLI. Here we are using AZ CLI. Now you can enumerate, let's say if you don't know any information, you just want to enumerate. So first and top important things or the most common one you are going to enumerate is about the list of users there. Okay, so you can use command get Azure AD users and you can see all the users are here. Now one important things here, like in AWS, everything you can denote it with, in AWS, everything you can denote it with ARN. That means it's unique for each and every things in AWS. In GCP, we call it a resource ID or we call it a email address. In Azure AD, we denote it as a object ID. So any object, it can be user, group, service principal, anything be denoted as a denoted with a object ID. So you can see these are the objects, their unique object IDs here. So all the role assignment, everything will be happen on the object ID only. So keep in mind that these are the object IDs for these specific URL, and they are, we can say UPN as well, where you have your email address. But in Azure, we denoted only by object ID. So all role assignment, everything will do with a unique object ID only. Any questions here? Okay, now let's move to the next one. Next one, what we are going to enumerate is, okay, so apart from this one, okay, one question I have seen, client blocking access of Azure AD PowerShell. What recon and enum tool would you recommend to use instead of Azure AD PowerShell? Yeah, so recently Microsoft introduced one tool which is called Microsoft Graph for PowerShell. So, like you can, the tool name is, you can use Connect MG Graph. So it's basically Microsoft Graph for PowerShell, which is a recent tool that Microsoft built it. So all the administrator tasks that you are going to do with Azure AD, you can do it with the same thing. So it is the same thing basically, but they are migrating from any other APIs to the Microsoft Graph API. That's why they introduced this tool. So in the future, like once you get familiar with Azure AD, command is the same, but you just familiar with this particular tool because in the backend they are using Graph utilities or Graph API. So this Azure AD use older called Azure AD API. This is use Graph API, which is a recent one. So because a lot of things is not migrated as of now, so that's why we are using Azure AD for familiarity purpose, but the syntax will be the same. So instead of this one, like in a future assessment, if you do, just go through this particular tool called Microsoft Graph PowerShell. Okay, now this is how you enumerated the users. Now what we are going to enumerate is, let's enumerate groups. Very simple. Okay, so you can see all the groups that you have. So what, let's list it down the things. What you enumerated here is, you enumerated here is users, you enumerated here is groups, and you enumerated here is, now let's, what next we are going to enumerate is, you enumerate is here is user group. You can also enumerate the devices, like if you have multiple devices, that is also possible. So you can use device, and you can use, now there are two more important things here, which is we called applications. So you get Azure AD applications, and these are the applications which is created in your tenant. And if you enumerate Azure AD service principal, there are two different terms. Please, this is just a confusing to keep in mind to understand what I'm talking about. There's one more called Azure AD service principal. These are the service principal. These are the applications and these are the service principal. You can see if you're talking about, suppose my app here, in both the case application ID will be the same, but object ID will be the different. So this is how you can enumerate it. So we enumerated application ID. I'll show you how it's application, as well as this is called app registration, and another one is called enterprise applications, which is called service principal. Now, what is the interesting point here is, suppose if you want to enumerate application for, let's say, any of the applications, my app. This is applications. You can see this is application ID and this is the object ID of these applications. And there is, if you want to enumerate this application will be there in the service principal as well. Now you can use search string with the same application. Everything will be the same. Okay, so my app, sorry, instead of this one, use my app. Okay, so there are two. Now you can see here is, this is the application ID for my application that is there in this tenant. This is the display name and this is object ID. Same application ID there here in this case. And their object ID is different. Then what do you mean by this one? This is really confusing here. A lot of people have a confusion around this particular application ID and this one. But just for clarity, in application ID, if you want to enumerate applications, you can use this one and you will see the object ID and their application ID. If you want to enumerate service principal or enterprise application, it will be like this. And what is the main important difference here is, you can see only the difference here is the object ID, and what is the actual difference here is. So let me sorry. Okay, let's give some idea. Keep in mind here is, we have a two thing. One is, so suppose what happened if you register a application. Suppose if you want a programmatic access, what you do, you register a application. This is called app registrations. You can also see this app registrations in this particular section here, like this is app registrations. So what do you mean by app registration? All the application you can see. So if you register a application, suppose if you want a programmatic access, you register a application here. So this is called app registration. As soon as you register applications, it will create a two things. One is your object ID of that application and your application ID of this particular application. And the name will be your display name. So let's say object ID is obj123 and application ID is app123 and display name is, like you can see, app here. This is mainly used to configure your applications. Like you can create secrets, you can do much more things. You can go here and you can see what you can do here. Like if you go in the portal, so this is your app. Go to app registrations. These are the applications that you created there. So basically what happened, this is the applications that is created under your tenant. So you have a tenant one and tenant one. So this is application that is created for tenant. Tenant means atomic nuclear. Okay, now you can see we have these three things. This is called app registration basically, or we can also get the applications, but we generally call this the app registration. Application. Now what happened? You cannot use these applications to authenticate to your portal. You just configure it. You just need to configure credentials and everything. If you actually want to authenticate with these applications, you have to create their service principal. Service principal is actually, so app registration is used for configurations. Like you can create a secret, you can assign the permissions, you can do these things. But as soon as you want to authenticate, you have to create a service principal. service principal. And service principal, as soon as you created it, it will basically the same application will created in these three things. One is your display name. Display name will be the same like the app. Then you have your application ID. Application ID will be the same like above one. And your object id will be different. Here object id they use it 345. That so basically they are creating one more instance of this particular app registration. So this is the instance they are creating. So from here they are creating, sorry, here from here they are creating one more instance here. This is called service principal. This is one instance of your app registration. Right now, this is application ID and secret. You can use it. So secret you can create it here. So you can also create the secret here to authenticate here. Now, important question is why we created a service principal, because app registration is only valid for the same domain, same tenant. If you want to use this applications to any other tenant, suppose tenant 2, you can again create this application instance in another tenant as well, and where object id will be different. Object id can be 456, but application id and display name will be the same. App and application id will be the same. So this is how, if you want a multi-tenancy applications, this thing you can create app registrations, but actual, when you're talking about actual authentications take place by your application ID, and role assignment is happen on the object ID of your application. So it's basically this is a global representation why we can use the same application service principal in a multiple tenant. This application app registration is only representation in your local tenant. That's the main difference. So every time if you're talking about service principal, that means this is an instance of app registration only. Everything will be the same, but they will create a one more instance for here, and you have a separate object ID here. Application ID is same like this one. Same case you saw it here, right? You can see for my app the same application ID instance will be the same, but you can see there is a different object ID they created here. So that's the main advantage. Now if you want to authenticate, you are going to authenticate with this service principal. So app registration is used for configurations. Service principal is mainly used for your authentications. Okay, any confusion here? So you will also see when you do some sort of enumeration. So this is how we enumerated things here. Like we enumerated a users group. Applications means app registration. Enterprise application means service principal. Okay, now last one what we are going to enumerate is here is called roles. Role is basically one which is used to manage these objects, which is only manage these objects, not this one. Role cannot manage these objects. Role only can manage these objects here. So here we use like in ARM we use separate role. Now let's see how we can enumerate the role. This is called directory roles. So let's clear this one and use get Azure AD roles, directory roles. You can see all the roles which is utilized. Your directory reader, global administrator, and all these things. User administrator, help desk administrator. These are the roles which is there, which is actually utilize it. Now, if you want to see the member of these roles, definitely who is the part of these roles, right? So how you can do that? So the first things you are going to, let's see, if you're going to do a role assignment here is, you can use the command code. You can use this command code Azure AD directory role member, and I already told you everything we in Azure AD we denoted as an object ID. Suppose if you want to see who all are global reader or directory reader, let's say global reader. Global reader means who have a global reader permissions there. Topmost role is called global administrator. If you are a global administrator, and then is the global administrators are objective for any of the red team operators there. Now, if you check who are the member of this one, so you can see this is a user. Employee 01 is a member of this particular global reader that they can read everything in Azure AD, as well as there is one service principal whose object ID is this one and their display name is this one, have the same have the this particular directory membership. So this is how you can manage who can do what actions here. Any confusion here? It's a little bit tricky, but try to understand. Role management, we use it. Role basically we use it to manage these objects. Object management means based on the role you can create a service principal, you can create a user, you can reset the password of user, you can do things on these objects. So these are the AD object, and this is used to manage these objects. Okay, so this is how you can enumerate it here. Any confusion in our Azure AD side? Any questions? It's a little bit confusing, but this is how you can do it here. Okay, so we enumerated all the objects, and you can also see. So suppose if you want to see get Azure AD current state, you can see I authenticated as this is this particular user. But what sort of access do I have on Azure Active Directory? How you can enumerate it? Very simple. You can use the command like get Azure AD user or role. One second, this is a command, you can use it. And let's me copy this command. User membership. In this case, what we are going to do, what sort of access do I have? Now here you have to specify the object ID. What is your object ID? You have to specify the object ID of this user. How you can get is the object ID? Very simple. First you will get the object ID, get Azure AD user. You can also use this one, and you can specify the display name, like this is the display name that we use it. If they allow, or you can use search string as well, or you can directly, so you can say suppose if you're using search string, and you can use pmp01. Okay, so this is my email address. There are other user as well, and this is object ID that I have, right? And you can use command get Azure AD user membership. Then you have to specify the object ID, and this is your object ID. So suppose if you compromise a user, the first thing you have to do is just check what sort of access you have on Azure AD. By default, you have a user access. That means you have a read-only permissions in some of the objects there by default. You can see you have a part of these two roles. One is directory reader and another one is global reader. So suppose if you compromise it, and if you want to see what sort of access you have, just like in GCP, what it does, you have to go you have to check on workspace what sort of access you have. Azure AD is very simple because each and every user can view the attribute by default. Each and every user can view the attribute of or can view the object of Azure AD. It can be disabled, but by default it's allowed to each and every user. So you can see what sort of access you have in Azure AD. In this case, we don't know anything about ARM as of now. We only know this thing. So we know that the user that we compromise have a directory reader and global reader. Okay, so this is how you can also view the role assignment, you can view the other objects, and you can also view the what sort of access you have. So this is we can do the enumerations. Now same thing. So any questions here in Azure AD? Like there are a lot of things we can do it, but this is just an overview. Similar like if you want to see if you are using Azure AD or not, same thing that we discussed on the first day itself. You have to specify your domain that will give the information. If your company is using Azure AD for their primary identity or not, that we already discussed, right? So if you see managed, then you can see so Azure AD is the primary identity. If you see any other URL like auth URL, that means they are using any federation URL. So they are not using Azure AD as a primary identity. So if you can see they are using Azure AD as a primary identity, you can do other actions as well. Like you can use these utility called O365 creepers or this password spray attack to perform password spray attack or enumerations. If you are using your organization is using Azure AD as an identity, that means if you see manage for your organizations, you can do password spray, you can do enumerations here. Other things we already discussed, like we already discussed roles, groups, and everything. Okay, or any questions here? I think we'll go for a 10 minutes break, then we'll start ARM. It is a lot of stuff there in, so I just try to cover those things which is really important in Azure, because otherwise we will don't have a time to do the actual red team operations there. But these are the generic things you should understand and you just get familiar with. Yeah. Okay, any questions? Otherwise we'll go for some short break. I think it's already, we'll go for a break, 10 minutes. We'll be back and you will be refreshed with all these things. Okay, so any questions on Azure AD side? If anybody have any questions on Azure AD side, because it's a little bit tricky, so don't be confused. If you have any query question, just let me know so we can clear here. Okay, so we saw that how we can actually use. Okay, now you can see it, how actually we use it, what are the objects are there, and how we can manage these objects. We also discuss about what is app registration and what is service principal, and how we can assign the permissions like on basis of roles. These role is mainly used for this case. Now we already know the topmost role here in Azure AD is called global admin. Global admin. Global admin is topmost role. So if you are a global administrator, you can do any actions on Azure AD, and it's allow all the actions there. So when we do red team operations, our objective is to become a member of this role. So you can add your user here, or you can add your service principal here in this particular role. Okay. Now let's move to the ARM. So now you have a clear idea, right? How we can authenticate to the Azure AD, and what are the things are there in Azure. These are the common things are there. There are a lot of other things are there, but these are the common things. Generally, you will get familiar when you do red team operations here. And now let's move to ARM side. Okay, now let's start the ARM. So basically, when you're talking about ARM, is is basically like how you can create a resource. Resources can be your virtual machines, your storage, your functions, your container, Kubernetes, every resources. So this is how we organize the resource in ARM. So ARM is mainly used to organize and provide the resources here. So you can see the first and important thing here is called AD tenant. Inside the tenant, we have a management group. Management group is similar like our folder in our GCP. Like you saw the folder, which is optional, but you can create to manage multiple subscriptions. So subscription is similar like AWS account is similar like GCP projects. So it's you can create a multiple subscription which is mainly used for billing purpose. One user, one service account can have access on these subscriptions. So inside the subscriptions, you create a resource group, which is basically containers. Nothing like containers. You have to create a resource group and then you can create an actual resource. So this is the hierarchy we follow in Azure. Same hierarchy we also follow in GCP as well. Just like GCP, we have organization, we have a folder, we have a project, and then we have a resource. Here we have a resource group and then we have an actual resource. Now, when you're talking about so these things, these are the so you can also see it in our portal. So let's log in there in the portal. This is the same portal. So this is only belongs to Azure already. All other things are belongs to ARM. So tenant ID, it will be like, let's first check the tenant ID. It will be the same, like topmost, that is this tenant ID that belongs to your this one. Now ARM will start from here, management group. The management group is similar like you have your like folder in GCP. So you can see there is one root management group and you can have sub management group, and then inside the management group you have actually your basically your subscriptions. Let's click on any of the subscriptions. So we saw what are the information we already saw. We saw that AD tenant. Inside that we have a management group. Management group have multiple. You can have multiple management group. It's just like a folders, and we have actual things called subscriptions. When you click on any of the subscriptions, you can see the first and important things come into picture is called resource group. And inside the resource group, you have an actual resource like VM, your automation account or storage. So these are the actual resource which is there in resource group. Resource groups there in this particular subscription there in management, and management is a part of your tenant. So this is the hierarchy we follow it. So any questions here? Same thing. Let's do the same thing with our AZ CLI. Azure AD CLI, like in this particular case, the enumerations case, we use Azure AD CLI. Okay, this CLI. Now let's move and let's use AZ CLI to enumerate the resources. What are the resources that are there? One more thing, like in AD, each and every resources are uniquely identified with object ID. Here in Azure, it's called resource ID. Sorry, ARM, it's called resource ID. Both component part of Azure, but this is Azure AD, this is Azure ARM. Okay, now let's first enumerate the resources. Like we already enumerated from the portal. It's very simple. You will go management group, you go subscriptions. Inside the subscriptions, you have a resource group, and inside the resource group, when you click on the resource group, you can see the actual resource like virtual machines. Now, can we do the same thing with our this one? We can say CLI. Yeah, let's try to do that. Let's use AZ CLI. In this case, let's authenticate with, let's log out with service principal. Yeah, now let's see if you have, no, let's log in with your employee emp01. It will be open here in this. Once you logged in, so there is one more tab is open. Once you logged in, you can see it here. Okay, so let's clear it. Yeah, you can see it. If you want to see all the subscriptions, you can use all command. It will see all the subscriptions that you have access. Now let's try to enumerate. The first and important thing, how you are going to enumerate, let's first enumerate is your tenant ID. How you can do that? Very simple. You can use Azure account list. So this is your home tenant ID. This is your tenant ID. So we enumerated is the first and important thing we enumerated is a tenant ID. Tenant. Now inside the tenant, what we are going to enumerate is the management groups, right? These are the resources that we are going to enumerate it here in Azure side. Same thing we did it on Azure AD side, like objects there, who can, what sort of permissions they have. Same thing we are going to enumerate in Azure ARM side. Okay, now let's see now what we are going to do enumerate is, we are going to enumerate is management group. Management group list. Okay, in this case, I think yeah, this user doesn't have permissions on this particular management group. That's why you are, I think, yeah, that's why you are not able to enumerate it. This is really important. If you have a permissions only, then you are able to enumerate. We'll see how we can check the permissions, but these are how we are going to enumerate the resource group. Okay, let's think about subscriptions. So subscription also you can get it here. You can also, if you have management group things, you can get the subscription. You can see that you have access on 2 subscriptions. This is a subscription 1, and if you use all command, you will see both the subscription. So you have one is demo test subscription name, and another one is pay as you go subscription. So let's go and let's check. You have a 2 subscription. You have management group, but you don't know have access. One is demo subscription. This is a subscription, and then you have a pay as you go. Okay, now what we are going to enumerate is next, we are going to enumerate is resource group. Resource group is part of subscriptions. How we can do that? Very simple. You can use, so these are the ID of this subscription. This is the ID of this subscription, and this is the ID of another subscription. So let's open a new tab and let's see easy group list, and then you have to specify subscription and subscription ID. So let's say I'm using this subscription, and you can so you can see in this subscriptions we have multiple resource group. Sorry, I'll just make it. The first resource group is name is staging RG, and you can see everything we denoted uniquely denoted as a resource ID. This is a resource ID which is uniquely identified or uniquely identified with this resource group. One is we have a staging resource group, we have a test resource group, we have a Azure lab test resource group, we have, these are the resource group which is part of this particular subscriptions, and inside the resource group we have actual resource. So you can see, let's think about scenario. Let's take any example of, let's say, production resource group, or you can say, let's say, production resource group, we can say, or RG prod. Now you'll go and you identify the resource group on this particular demo subscription. You can, same thing, you can do it. So RG, we can say it's called RG prod. Okay, now if you want to see the what are the resources which is part of this resource group, so let's open a new one. Let's open a new tab, and then you can use command az resources list, az resource list, and here you have to specify the resource group name, and then you have to specify the subscription name, or you can specify resource group. It will automatically take it from here if subscription is default. So let's say want to check all the resources in this particular resource group. Let's say prod RG prod, let's say this one, and that, and you can see these are the actual resources. So when you are looking for their type, you can also see which type of this resource. So this is your automation account. You can see the type of this resource group is called automation account. When you see this type of this is a run book. So all these are the resources which is part of this resource group. These are the virtual machines. This resource, this is a resource which is a virtual machines. You can see the name of virtual machine. How you can uniquely identify each and every resource have a unique ID. Okay, so this is how you can enumerate the resources in particular resource group. So that will give you an idea. You can even specify the subscriptions that will enumerate all the resource group, sorry, all the resources within that subscription. And how you can identify the ID. So here you can see, let's say this is the type of this resource is virtual machines. So first it will use the subscription. This is there inside this particular subscriptions. Then we have a resource group. This is the name of this resource group. And then this is a provider, Microsoft Compute. This is a predefined for compute instance. Till here, what sort of provider you have, virtual machines, and this is the name of your virtual machines. This is how your resources uniquely identify in a whole ARM. You can directly go for each and every resource group and identify the resource, or you can identify just by this uniquely ID there. Now instead of this one, you can also do one thing. You can also specify subscription instead of resource group. Now you can see, if you are going to enumerate anything on ARM side, we can use easy CLI. Enumerating anything on Azure AD side, we use Connect Azure AD. Okay, now let's specify the subscription ID. So this is our subscription ID. It will enumerate all the resource group, which is there in all the, so it will enumerate all the resources which is there in inside the subscriptions. So you can see this is a storage account which is part of this resource group, RG prod, and there you can see Yeah, you can also see this managed identity, which is part of production RG resource group. So this is how you can get the information of all the resources in this particular subscriptions, or all the resources in basically in a resource group. Any questions here? So this is how you can identify it. So just by looking here, what we are going to enumerate it, we enumerated tenant, subscriptions, resource group, and resources, all resources. It is similar like GCP we did it, right? The hierarchy we follow in GCP as well. This is similar like this one. Now, one thing come into picture is how we can manage the role, right? Who can, how do you know who can perform what? How you can manage all these things? This is done by called rollback access control. This is called RBAC, rollback access control. Role-based access control, this is called. So now role-based access control is mainly used to assign the permissions who can perform what actions on what resource. Okay, because this role, this is called directory role. This is called directory role, which is mainly used to manage the Azure AD objects. This role is manage ARM there. So RBAC is used to manage the ARM side. Now, how this rollback work? So let's go here. Any questions still here? So now, when you're talking about role-based access control is basically called a role assignment. Role assignment means very simple. Who can perform what actions on where? Who means security principal? Who means security principal? What actions, it comes under role definition, like just like in our AWS we have a policies, in GCP we have a role. Here we call it the role definitions, which contain set of permissions. And a scope means what resource you have a tenant level, sorry, you have a management group level, you have a subscription level, you have a resource level, or you have a resource group level. So this is called a scope. So this is how these three things, which is define the role-based access control. So you can see it here. When you're talking about security principle, it can be your user, it can be your group, it can be your service principal, or in Azure, one more important thing here is just like in AWS, we have a called role, right? In GCP, we have a default service account. Similar like in Azure, we have a separate entity, similar like role, we have called managed identity, which is directly attached to a resource. Like we can attach to a VM. We cannot attach applications to a VM. To a VM or to a computer, any compute resources. We have to create a managed identity and we have to attach it. This is managed identity. I think it's misspelled it. This is called managed identity. Now you can see these are the security principle. Role definition means all set of permissions. And then where exactly you have permissions, you can have on management group level, you have a subscription level, you have a resource group level, or you have an individual resource level. And very simple, like in GCP type, all the permissions are inherited. So suppose if you apply here, will be inherited to the bottom. Okay, now security principle we all know, right? Like it can be your users, it can be your service principal, or it can be managed identity. So in Azure, managed identity and service principal, application or service principal are two different things. Like managed identity, which can only be attached to a resource, similar like in our AWS role. Okay, so like there are two type of managed identity: system assigned managed identity and user assigned. When you create a resource, it is automatically created it. When you specify, that it means it's a system assigned, or you can also create your own managed identity there. Role definitions. Role definitions means contain a set of permissions there. So you can see you have a, so similar like in our GCP, we have a basic, we have a predefined, we have a custom. Here we have a like the basic one, or which we can honor contributor, and reader. Like in a GCP, we have owner, we have an editor, we have a reader. Similar, like in Azure, we have an owner, we have an editor. Sorry, in Azure, we have an owner, we have a contributor, and we have a reader. Other, we have a built-in other roles like VM admin, automation admin, anything that is predefined, or you can also create your own custom role definition. Okay, so you can create it. This is just like a similar. And scope can be management group level, subscription level, resource level, and individual resources. At the end, it's happened. That's called role assignment. But basically, you are assigning the permissions on this specific role. How it's work? Let's see with some command line, just a portal, and then you will see the command line. Let's first go to a resource management group. Any of the management group. Let's go. Let's say root management group. When you click on here, access control or IAM, and when you click role assignment, you can see all the role assignment here. It means this user have owner permissions on this particular resource. Means tenant root group. This user have reader permission on this management group. This user have this permission on this management group. Similar like this one, you can go to subscription level. Let's say, suppose I'll go this subscription, demo testing subscription, and you can also see their identity and access management. You can see their role assignment. It's similar like on GCP. So that's why I told you in AWS, I already told you that in AWS we follow identity-based policy. In GCP and Azure, we follow resource-based policy. That means policy we are attaching to or role assignment we are going to have in resource level. Now you can see applications. These are the application. These are the managed identity which have owner permissions on this particular resource. Okay, now we have application, this user, which have this permission, and you can also see the inheritance. If just like these are the things it's only specify on this resource only, but these are the things are inherited from your management group. Okay, similar like here you can even go to resource group and you can see individual resource group identity and access management. So you can assign this role assignment on specific resource level. So you can see it here. Some of inherited from subscription, some of inherited from management group. Even you can go each and every individual resource as well. Just like suppose if you want to go this, these are suppose we'll go for a VM. This is a VM. If you click here, you'll see their role assignment here, and you can see, and you can. This is happening on individual resource level. If suppose if you specify on resource group level, subscription level, or management level, these are inherited. So these are inherited from other this one, and this is the permission you have only on this particular VM only. This app have this particular this particular role in this particular resource only. So this is how role assignment work. Okay, any questions here? Now let's do one thing. Let's check, because we enumerated all the resources. Now how you can see their role assignment. Like in GCP, you have to go each and every resource and you can do it. Here also in the portal, you have to do the same thing. But in CLI, Azure have some advanced features. But in the backend, they will do the same thing. But in CLI, they have this some advanced features. So no need to go each and every resource. You can see everything in one place here. Okay, so let's see how this is work. So you have to use AZ role and the command assignment list. No need to specify anything. It will give you the role assignment on subscription level. All role assignment on subscription level by default. Like in because it's basically they build the feature in CLI as well, but in actual things they will go each and every resource individually and they'll see their role assignment. So now how you can read the role assignment? Very simple. You can see the ID of this particular role assignment, the ID of the role assignment, and then you can see the name. This is the name of this role assignment. This is the principal ID, means object ID of this user. you can see that these three things. This is comes under service principal. Sorry, security principal, like the principal ID, principal name, and principal type. What sort of permissions they have? You can see their role definitions here. They have owner permissions. Where exactly they have? They have in this particular subscription. So three things we required for role assignment. What is the name of the security principal? You can see their name, their object ID, what role they have, owner role they have. You can see their definition, and where they have in this particular subscription. So here you can only see the subscription level. If you use this command, you can also specify the specific, you can specify the subscription ID here. Now, if you want to see the role assignment on everywhere, so means role assignment on subscription, resource group, as well as individual resource. You just specify this particular thing. It will do in the backend. So here no need to go. So basically, when you're talking about the conceptual thing, CLI doing the same thing. They are going each and every resource individually and giving the result to you. But for user flexibility, they implemented this feature in CLI itself. So now let's go. You will see all the role assignment, every role assignment on these subscriptions and all child node of that subscription. So you can see this scope we have on subscription level. So here this scope we have a subscription level. This scope we have on subscription level. uh, you can see this is on subscription. You can see everything, right? Exact object, you can see the object, right? If you click here, you can see principal ID, principal name, and type of the principal. So this user have what role, reader permission on this subscription. You can also get it from here. Same thing, you are going to get it from here. So this is the principal ID, means this is the object ID that belongs to this user. Okay, now these things happening on subscription side. Let's go. This is happening on subscription side. This is also happening. Just check the scope. Now let's go down. Yeah, you can see it here. In this particular case, scope is there is resource group. So this particular user, DevOps user, this is the object ID of DevOps user. They have a contributor access on this particular resource group. So you just no need to worried about any resource. You just specify this command which will do in the backend. But conceptual thing is same. It will go each and every resource. It will check their IAM permission. It will give it to you. But this is the things they implemented in CLI. Okay. Now you can also see the you can see like let's go here. This is resource group. This is a resource group. Yeah, you can see you have a specific this particular service principal where you can see their object service principal ID, means object ID is this one, application ID is this one. This is a service principal which have this particular role on this particular VM. You can also see the specific scope. You can see this just by looking for the provider. You can see it's there in virtual machines, and this is the name of that virtual machines. So this is how you can identify it. Okay, any questions? So just simple command and you can specify it. If you want to see any specific, just like let's say if you want to check, in our case, like there are a lot of things, but this is things you can get it all these things. But now if you just want to see, this is happen on role assignment, and role assignment have these three things. Very simple. Your principal means principal object ID, and what sort of role you have, this is called role definition, and you have a scope where exactly you have this particular role. Okay, now suppose in this case we identify that, okay, suppose I have this user. This user have what sort of permissions, you can directly get it with this command. Here also you can use this command and you can get it the compromise user, what sort of permissions we have. You can use this assignee. You can use all, and you can specify the object ID of a user. Suppose if you want to see, you can get the object ID from here for this user. Let's say this is the object ID of this user. Okay, you can get it from here. So yeah, one more thing, if you're doing any operation on AD side, you can use this one, or if you're doing anything in ARM side, you can use AZ. So let's see if you identify the object ID and you specify the object ID here. It will give all role assignment for this specific object. So this object means this employee user EMP01 have reader permissions on this subscriptions, as well as this user have this particular permissions, reader permission on this particular management group as well. So if you want to see the for a specific user, you have to use assignee, and you have to provide the object ID of your application, your service principal, which you authenticate with. Okay, so now we know that we have a reader access on subscription as well as management group. So if you have on management group, definitely it will be inherited to the subscription as well. So in this case, we can see that we have a reader access on management group. So if you have a management group, you have a reader access on all the child node there. So this is how you can enumerate these informations. Okay, any questions here? So these are the two things these are the two important things we should basically understand before going this thing. Anybody have any questions, any confusion here? No. Okay, I think we are good. So we understand about AD side, we understand about ARM side. Now Office 365, we just go through a little bit and then we'll start our RedTeam operations, I think. So the command reference is already there. You have a this one, so you can try it now or after the session as well. You can try it. Now Office 365 that we already know. So basically, it's mainly used to if you're using Exchange Online, SharePoint, Outlook on web, Skype, OneDrive, and all these things is a part of this one. Now there are two sort of portal. One is for administrator where you manage the license, you manage group and everything, and there is one more portal is called user portal where actually end user use their own application assigned to them. And these are the basically these are the URL of the portal that we already discussed, we already saw, and these are the API endpoint. Now, when you're talking about a specific role for Office 365 like global admin, so we already know that when you use O365 or M365 in the backend, they use Azure AD for all management, everything. And Azure AD role is the role which we use in Office 365. Like you can use team administrator, you can use SharePoint administrator who can manage the SharePoint, who can manage the teams, who can manage the your applications. All these things are part of this role. And you can see this is the admin center, and these roles are already there in admin center. If you go to admin, only administrator can access this particular portal, admin.microsoft.com, and they can assign any other user this specific role. So these are the roles, like you can see Azure ATP, Azure Active Directory, Microsoft Defender. These are the applications and you have a role on these applications. So this is how Office 365 look like, but in the backend, role is managed by Azure AD only. So these two important concept here is Azure AD and ARM. So we discuss about how we can manage the role, we can see how we can view the roles, or the role is assigned to a specific user. Same thing we can do it with ARM side, who can manage the resources there. So I think that's done from this side. Any questions here? I think that's done from this one. Now let us start with actual red team operations because we have a limited time. We have to complete that one as well. Now, anybody have any questions? Otherwise, we'll go for some short break, and meanwhile, I can start the lab, and then we'll go the actual red team operations. If you haven't installed yet, request you to please install your Easy CLI as well as Azure AD Connect. Sorry, Azure AD PowerShell CLI. So these are the two CLI you need to install it, and some tools that we already shared. But if you don't have a tool, it's okay. But at least you just install these two CLI, so we can start working on our red team assessment there. Okay, any questions here? No, no. Okay, no worries. So we'll go for a 15-minute break. So you will be. So meanwhile, I can set up the labs, and then we'll start. Please make sure you install the tools there. If you want to do hands-on there. So let's go for a 15 minute. Meanwhile, let's start lab. Okay. Okay, so let's start with our RedTeam operations. How actually you perform RedTeam operations in Azure Cloud. So we'll go with without having any information, we'll go with the OSINT and then how we'll get information and how we can achieve our objectives to become a global admin or become a owner on subscription level. Okay, so okay, meanwhile, anybody have any questions? Azure AD side, Office 365 or ARM side? No? Okay, let's start with assessment. So this is the second module, second part of fourth module, where we first discuss about what are the methodology we follow when you're doing a red team operation in Azure side, what will be our objective, and how we can perform each and every operations, each and every techniques or tactics basically to do these particular operations. Okay, so let's start with this one. So when we're talking about Azure, the first we'll go with the MITRE attack framework that we already know. We'll follow this framework, this particular framework to understand different attacks happening on Azure AD, ARM, and Office 365 side. But these are the generic things. Second thing, we can follow our own attack methodology that we already discussed in other cloud providers as well. It will be same. Third one is that we take reference of Azure Threat Research Matrix. This is really important. You can check the source code here. You'll go Google and you can search Azure Threat Research Matrix. Here you can exactly found what exactly techniques threat actor using to do this particular operations. So you can see from Recon how they can gather the informations, initial access, privilege escalations, what exactly things they are doing it. Like they can use identity role, with access toggle, with local resource hijacking. So this is a metrics we also follow when you do red team operation specific on Azure side. So this is the source. You can also take help, or you can also take a look at this particular threat metrics specific to the Azure side. Okay, now next point that come into picture is what is our objective when you do red team assessment. So our objective is very simple when you're talking about AAD side, to become a global admin on Azure Active Directory. So there is options. So suppose if you are a global admin on AD side, there is one option that's called toggle. You can see it here as well. It's called elevated access toggle. So there is one button that will allow global administrator to have access on Azure ARM side. That means if you compromise Azure AD and you become a global admin there, you can also uh, you know escalate your privilege to have access on ARM side. So that's just the topmost privilege that we have in global admin. If you're talking about ARM side, topmost privilege we have a owner on subscription, owner on management group. So because if you are a owner, that means you can do anything there in ARM. But if you are a global admin, you can do anything on anything on Azure AD side, as well as there is a way you can also do the you also become an owner on subscription as well. Okay, now we again, like, you can exfiltrate the informations, you can do the ransomware, crypto mining, and you can even get you know access on end user mailbox, their drive, their shared drives, and you can even laterally move from Azure to on premises there. So based on the objective, you can choose your objective and you can perform the actions there. Now in this scenario, our objective is to become a global admin or owner on subscription side. So let's start with assessment. Sorry, I think by here it's mentioned, mistakenly mentioned, typos there. Here. Okay, now let's start with assessment here. So when you comes into picture is how we can actually, when we don't have any informations, we only have informations about the domain name of organizations. So now how we can use tools and techniques to get the information and do the assessment there. So let's see, let me open VM where we have installed the tools, all the tools is stored there. Now what we are going to do it here, we are using tool called microbust. So it basically it's contain a lot of scripts which will allow you to do a lot of things there. In this particular case, we are using one of the module. Module name is basically called enumerate Azure subdomain. So what we are going to do, we are going to enumerate the subdomain. So this is how you can download the tool, clone the tool. You can import the module, and you can use this particular what we are going to do it here, we are going to enumerate all the subdomains this particular organizations have on Azure side. It won't enumerate anything on just like we use tool called cloud enum, which will do on GCP side and AWS side as well. So if you are going to enumerate on subdomain or blobs, you can use these utilities there. So let's say if I copy this one and if I use it, let's say here. Now my organization name is Atomic Nuclear. I use it and let's run it. So you have two options. Either you can enumerate all subdomains that will enumerate like your app, your website, your Azure website, your blobs storage account, which is publicly accessible, which have a subdomain like Atomic Nuclear there. Or you can. So generally, what we are going to do is just targeting the blobs or storage account. We can use this particular function as well, which is part of this microbust this framework. Now let's do this thing. Let's see, it will take some time to enumerate. So it will take some time to enumerate. So now you have both the options. If you want to enumerate all the subdomains, just like this is enumerating Azure website subdomains, you can use this enumerating a document subdomain, sorry, azure.com subdomains. If you want to enumerate specific to the storage or blob, you can use other function as well. So it will take some time. This is SharePoint APIs. Let's wait for a few minutes. Azure website, let's wait. Okay, so you can see what it does, it enumerated the storage account. So it's inside the storage account, we have multiple kind of storage, like you can store the blob, you can store the file, you can have a in format of queue, or you can have in format of table. So now generally most of the organizations, they are using a blob for their it's similar like cloud storage in GCP or buckets in AWS. Now what we can do, you can see this is the you know uh, domain we found that map to this particular keyword. Let's try to access it, and you can see invalid parameter. So generally what you can do, just specify the again the keyword that you enumerated it, maybe it will work. So in this case, yeah, you can see it will giving me the error. So instead of this one, if you want to interact with Azure with the storage, you have to use tool called Microsoft Explorer. Is Azure Storage Explorer, Microsoft Azure Storage Explorer. Now we don't have any information, we don't have any access key, we don't have anything. What we have only one subdomain. These are the subdomain that we have that map to storage account. Now let's try to see if as anonymous we are able to access it, if it's exposed to the public or not. So let's go there. Let's connect to storage account, and let's connect with the blob container. You can see there is anonymous blob container allow public access. If it's there, let's see, let's give it a try. You can set HTTPS, and let's try to make it some hit and trial methods. We'll try to see if it's work. Let's see if it's, most of the time we found that most of the organizations they exposed their blob to publicly accessible, and they contain sensitive information. So you can see I'm able to access these storage account, and I'm able to actually log into this storage account and see what are the informations are there, what inside the bucket, what are the files are there. Let's double click it. Yes. So yeah, you can see these files are there. This is the blob storage account which is publicly exposed. Inside there we have these three files. Let's download these files. Let's download in desktop. We can use download all desktop. Let's go to your desktop, and it's automatically clear. And you can see when you click on app ID, you can see there is an email address. This is not application ID, but this is the email address look like for a user. Yeah. And let's click on this app secret. This is for application password. Now generally in this scenario we found, and sometime we found a certificate which is there, sometime we found SSH key for a VM, and sometime we found application ID and secret configurations there in this publicly exposed bucket there. So let's use these informations. What I can do, let's see if you are authenticated. So let's try to authenticate. First an important thing, what you are going to do it first, you have to enumerate on Azure side. So what I'm going to do, let's remove this one. Sorry, not this one. Okay, now let's follow this step by step what we did it. Very simple thing. We did it. We did ascent. We found there is a blob storage account. This blob which contain username and password of a user. Now what we are going to do, we are going to authenticate. Let's try to authenticate it, and then we are going to, once you authenticate, to get the initial access, right? So what we are going to do, we are going to authenticate it to get the initial access. Okay, now let's do that. Let's use connect Azure AD, and then you can specify where it is. App ID means username. So let's copy from here and let's paste it here. Let's paste it here. Let's specify. So you can also try if you want to do some hands-on there. Then app secret, copy from here, do it here. So let's do that. Perfect. So you get initial access net. Now let's try with AZ. easy login. So let's log out from all the account. Let's see you have any account active. No, so let's log in with now let's log in with, let's change to this one because I'm going to log in with here. Let's copy, this is a password, where is exactly key? So this is the, sorry, this is the username. Let's log in with this user. Let's copy the password from here. One second, let's do that. And yeah, I don't know, saved or not. Let's try with this one. And yeah, it's done. Now let's go to your command, and you can see I'm successfully able to authenticate with Azure AD, but I'm not able to authenticate with this easy CLI. Why? Because this user doesn't have any access on subscriptions. So at that point, it's no need, it's not useful to authenticate even, because generally what happened, so now you authenticate is you have to log in. Let's see if you're login to AD side, login will be the same, but if you see if you have access on AD side or if you have access on ARM side. So when I authenticate here, it's successfully able to authenticate, and it's basically because you as a user, you are able to authenticate to the Azure AD, which is allowed by default to all the users. But in this case, you can only authenticate when you specify this one. That means you don't have any subscription access. So if you don't have any access, no need to authenticate. So that means you don't have any access on ARM side. Okay, if you want a credential of this user, one second, I'll share this one. So yeah, this is the credential of this user. Okay, now, so that's why we have access on AD, because by default user have access it, but we don't have a no subscription access, no subscription to this particular user. So this username was app admin. So this is the username which doesn't have any subscription access on ARM but have AD. Now, if you don't have access, you cannot enumerate things, right? So leave it. So let's, means if you don't have access, you cannot enumerate anything. So what you can do, let's try to enumerate is Azure AD side. Okay, so any questions till here? Like we'll get initial access. Now what we are going to do it enumerations. This point AD side. So now let's log in it. What we did, you can see enumerate the publicly exposed open bucket. Download this file. Get the initial access as a user account and try to enumerate the informations. Try to enumerate the permissions there. So first important things come into picture is first check how you can enumerate it. That we already discussed. If you want to enumerate it, first check your object ID, Azure AD users. You can also try from here. So get Azure AD user, and you can see display name. Search string, you can use search string app admin. So you can see this is the object ID that belongs to you. By default, normal user have a rights to get the information about all Azure AD things by default. But this depend upon the organization. They can even restrict you to no need. If you are a normal user, if just an employee, just a user, they will restrict you to 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 have access on Azure AD. But by default, each and every users have a read-only access on Azure AD object. Okay, so by default you can enumerate it. You can see this is a user, this is object ID. Now second step, what we are going to do it, let's check what sort of permissions you have. Azure AD side, how you will get the permissions. So in Azure AD side, let's check if you have any permissions. Azure AD user, membership, any role permissions, membership, and object ID. This is the object ID. You can use command like convert to JSON. If you'll see, so this is a default group access you have. No, there is no directory role access you have. Okay, so you can see this is a default access you have. You don't have any directory role access. So you are a normal user in Azure AD. If you have a directory access or if you are a member of any groups, you can also see this here in membership. But in this case, it's all user means it's you are a normal user here. No specific group role or no specific directory role is assigned to your user. Now, if this is the case, your next step is always to look at your applications. That is for sure, that will be your next step. So let's see how many applications are there. So let's see if I'll check. So 1 second, I'll just copy the object ID. So you use this object ID a lot. So what I'll do, I'll use the notepad. So this is the done. This is yesterday's one. And this is the object ID of app admin. Let's. Why in this case? Because you cannot open a new tab, because if you open a new tab, you have to authenticate again. It will be valid for this tab only. Okay, this Azure AD authentication CLI work. Okay, now let's check the application. This will be your next step. First step, check your membership. Next step, check your all applications. So Azure AD applications. So these are the applications which is there in Azure AD. Right now, the most common, the scenario we found that users have a owner of any of these applications. So that means if you are an owner, you can create a credentials and you can take advantage of the applications here. Only owner can create a credential. So you have to see like if you are an owner of this application or not. Right? That will be your next step. How you can see it? You have to just find out this one. Get Azure AD owner and then object ID. In this case, we know the attack path, that's why we follow that in that directions, but you will see a lot of scenarios there. But the most common scenario will be first check your role permissions, then you will check the application, then you have to find out if you are a owner of any of the applications. So if you are a owner, you can because you can, if you are a owner, you can set the password or you can set a credentials of that application. Password means the secret. Now let's try to do that. Let's see if we are owner. Just by looking for the application, you have to find out each and every application. There are command is there and the automated tool is there which will do for you, but for this purpose you can see. Now when I just choose this application, object ID of this application, like you can see I'm the owner of this on this application. This is the application ID. I'm the owner of this application. So let's copy this application. Okay, so this is the object ID, this is the application ID, and this is the application. Now, if you want to authenticate as this application, you required application ID. So this is the application ID, and you required a credentials, means secret. But suppose if you are an owner, you can create a secret. Very simple, simple like in GCP, we have a called a service account key admin. which can create a key of service account. In this case, if you are an owner, you can create a credential of this application. So before, let's check what sort of permissions this application have. Correct, right? Because we don't know, we know that okay, we have owner on this application, but we don't know what sort of permissions we have on this application, where it is. Yeah, we don't know what sort of permissions this application have. So I'll make this one. Now are you ready? You identify that you are an owner of this application. So when you identify from Azure AD side, your username is app admin, which is normal user. But there is one application name is prod app, and you are the owner on this application. Now what we are going to do, let's check what sort of permissions this what sort of, you know, we can say what sort of permissions this application have. Okay, now let's go here. Let's do it. Let's go. Okay, so now what we are going to do, let's go here and let's see what sort of permissions you have. So let's get the information about these applications. This is specific applications. Let's copy this one. Okay, now we are storing in one object. You specify the object ID of this applications. This is the same thing, we are going to enumerate it. Okay, now let's run it and let's see if what sort of permissions you have, this application have. So you can see app resource, required resource access, and let's use convert to that, convert to JSON, and you can use that 3. Okay, so here come into picture is one interesting point here. So I haven't discussed that one. Let's try to think about one scenario. When you talking about Azure AD, there are two type of role. One is your called directory role, which if you are a member of any of the role, it can be a user account, it can be user account, or it can be a service account or service principal. Simple. Now there is one more specific permission for only on applications, and that's called API permissions. So if you first thing you have to do it, just check the directory role membership. If you are a member, either if you are applications or if you are application service principal or if you are a user, just check the membership. So this is one we manage the Azure AD. Second thing is if you are only looking for app, you have to check the API permissions. Using API permissions, we are defining the permissions here. Okay, so this is a little bit tricky, but Azure AD side, you have to check directory role as well as API permissions to check who have what sort of permissions. Directory role can be applicable for users and service principal, but this API permissions is only applicable for APIs. That means application. Okay, now let's check what sort of this, because now what we are going to do it, we are the applications that this particular user have owner, Let's see what sort of this application have, access this application have. So directory side we saw doesn't have any specific permissions. Now what we are going to do it here. So let me remove this one. Okay. Now what we are going to do it, we are going to check what sort of permissions this have. So this is a command, very simple. You just need to use a variable. You just need to get the application details. It will contain application detail in itself contain this required resource access, and the resource access is in this format only. Now resource ID will define about graph API, and this resource access means what sort of permissions you have on graph API. It's little tricky, but try to understand it. Where exactly you have a permissions, you have a permission, this application have a permission on graph API. What permissions you have to identify what sort of permissions you have, like this command. So I'll use this graph API service principal. Sorry, I use it. You'll get to know if you try with your ends, you'll get understand what we are going to enumerate it here. And then we are going to check what sort of app role permissions you have. This is the ID. You can copy from here. One permission you have directory read all. So one permission directly you can specify with directory roles like directory reader. Another permission if you want to specify on API side, you can specify like this. So this application have a directory read all. This one, and second one we have this particular role management read write directory. There are two different permission is assigned. One is role management and second one is directory read all. That means this applications have a two sort of permissions on Azure AD. One is directory reader, directory read all, and second one we have called role management write permissions. So this is because I'm just looking for, so what generally we suggest, this is the API permissions you have. You can also check the role permissions. You don't have any directory role permissions. So there is no directory role permission, but API permissions you have. So this application have these two permissions, but there is no directory permissions. So let's so now if you go here, role management dot write, this is a critical permissions which allow you to add anybody to this directory role. Like you can add anybody to this particular directory role. Again, I'm repeating, you can add anybody to this particular directory role with this role management right. It's a simple permissions, but you can make anybody as a global admin there. Role management here. So role management will allow you to become a global admin to any users there. Okay, now let's try to do these things. Let's see how we can do these operations. Now we did the enumerations. Now what we are going to do it, enumeration side, we get to know this thing. Okay, any questions here? So role management allow you to add anybody to this directory role. Can any directory role can be like, suppose you can add these applications to global admin. You can add this user to global admin because this API, these applications have this particular permissions. Now let's try to do one thing. Let's go here and create so this is how you can do it this is how you can achieve global admin directly here in this first step. Any questions here? Now let's try to create a credential of this application, prod app applications. So when you see creating applications, that means you can create for a persistence or you can create a privilege escalation. Persistence, you can see if I create application credentials with another credentials, you can use it for a future purpose. This is in organizations, threat actors are using to create a credential of applications to create a persistent access. Or in this case, if you're creating a credentials, you can also use to escalate your privilege. So let's try to create a credentials. You can use it for persistence or privilege escalations. Now, how you can create it? You can use this particular command to create this credentials. Okay, now let's go. And then you have to specify the application ID. What is the application ID? You can see this is the application ID 3C1. Application, sorry. Application ID means no, this is the object ID of the application. So every time you require object ID when you do any sort of operations. And you can also see from here, prod app, this is application ID and this is the object ID. So you need to specify the object ID. When you're talking about Azure AD side, everything is just like object. So you have to specify the uniquely identify application ID, object ID. Let's create so you can see it here. I am successfully able to create the secret of this application. Application ID, I already know. This is the application ID. This is a secret. What else do you need if you want to authenticate as a service principal? You need a tenant ID as well. How you can get the tenant ID? So it's very simple techniques. This is the URL. You can use it to get the tenant ID. Here you can change your domain name and you will get the tenant ID. This is used for OpenID configurations. This is the tenant ID that belongs to you. Now use these informations to authenticate as a AZ CLI. AZ login. Username means your application ID. What is your application ID? This is object. This is your application ID. Sorry, let's use. This is the password that you generated just now. And tenant ID, I can retrieve it from the openly available information. This is the tenant ID. These are the three things you require to authenticate. And that's it. You can see I logged in as a easy, and this is the subscription. Otherwise, if you don't have this application doesn't have a subscription access, you will see like this error. So you have to specify no subscriptions. But if you have access, you can see you have access on this particular subscriptions. This is the subscription ID. Subscription name is demo test lab testing. This is the subscription name. So again, what we did it, you created, so you are owner. Now as a owner, you created a app, you created a secret. So let's see, you created a app secret, and you get the, you authenticated to as a service principal. So you required, what are the details you required? Your user, your app ID, because you already have secret you just created, and the tenant ID that you retrieved. Now let's check what sort of access this. So you can see you have some access on subscriptions, right? And subscription name is demo some lab. Now this particular service principal, what sort of access this have in subscriptions? How you can check it? What sort of access you have? Very simple. We already just checked. You can use AZ role assignment, and here you can specify the assignment list. Lot of assignment is there. You can check for this particular application ID. Let's check if this is work for this application ID. Okay, so you can see this application ID have a subscriptions. One is on subscription level, this have a reader, and if you want to see for all, you can see you have a one more role on this particular VM called prod admin VM, and where you have a VM run command role definitions. So let's try to think, recap it what we are going to do. Okay, so subscription level, we have a reader access. This particular service account, sorry, have a reader access. And on VM, so there is one more VM. The name of this VM is prod admin VM. So let's say prod admin VM. And here we have a run, where we have what sort of role we have? We have a role called VM run command. So we have a role called VM run command. Okay, any questions till here? Now reader, we know that we can only have a read only access, but this particular role allow us to execute any command on this VM. If user or service principal have this particular role, VM run command, that means this will allow you to execute any command on this VM without having any key or these things. So in this case, what we are going to do, we did, so let's say what we did ascent, we did initial access, we did enumerations, we did here the key credentials comes under either persistence. So you can use it as a persistence or you can use it as a privilege escalations. So priv escalation. Now what we are going to do, we are there in this one in CLI. Let's try to go to data plane. So we are going to do a lateral movement here to execute the command on the VM. Okay, so now let's do one thing. Let's check how many VMs are there. Easy VM list, because we have a reader permission, so we can get the informations. So you can see we have, this is the VM information we can have. This is the ID of this particular VM. VM name is prod admin VM. There is one identity. Similar like in AWS, we have a role, right? And GCP, we have a service account. Here you can see we have identity. And this is a system assigned identity. This is a object ID of this identity. And this is the tenant. And you can also see the VM name, key, public key, IP address. Also, you will get it here. Yeah. So this is how the information IP address you use to another command to get it. Disk and all the information you can get it here. Now if you have a VM run command, you can execute any command on the target VM. So you just need a VM, name of this VM. So name of this VM is called prod admin VM. Okay, now let's do one thing. Let's use. So now what we are going to do, we are going to laterally move to this particular VM. Any questions still here? Now, what we are going to do, let's laterally move to this VM. So this is how you can see the flow. Ascent, access enumerations, create a credential of applications, you have some permission on Graph API. Using that, you can also become a global admin, but we'll try to see if you have any permission on ARM side. You have a run as command, so you can directly execute the command on this VM. There is one managed identity attached to this VM. Okay, any questions? Now let's execute the command on this VM. So what we can do, you can use this particular command, VM run command on this particular VM. So let's open a new tab, VM run command. Now you just need to specify role assignment. Yeah, I just shared this one. This is one, right? If you want, this is the application ID. If you want to see all the role assignment, you have to specify this assignee, and then you have to specify the application ID here, and then you can see. Okay, now, okay, perfect. Now what we are going to do, we are going to execute the command. So first we will see the resource group. So you can see the ID resource group is rgprod, that we have name of this VM. What command you want to execute it? So let's say VM just want to execute only ID hostname, only this command. So you can execute any command on remote system. Let's see. Let's wait. It will execute the command because the CLI that I'm authenticated have access as a VM run command on this particular prod VM. Let's wait for some time. So this command will do execute the command on any VM, public, private, any VMs. Even you can execute on PowerShell script on Windows VM, shell script on Linux VM. So this is how you can even literally move for any of the VM which is there. You can see you will get an answer like this result. First we specify ID, this is the ID, and then we specify who I am. So you will execute a command as a root there. Okay, any question here? I'll wait for some time to you to replicate this thing. Yeah, VM side, there is no need to privilege escalation on VM side. But in this case, generally, if you have in this permissions, you have a root access on that VM. There are some of the restrictions are there in terms of command. So to remove that restrictions, we will use a different methods. What we can do, we can add our own SSH key there, and we can try to log in with the SSH. Then we can execute it. Because restriction not in terms of this one, but restriction in terms of you have to specify this script. If it's breaking the format, then you are not able to execute it. So it's better what you can do, you can add your own public SSH key there, and you can log in there if it's a publicly exposed VM and allow you to have a 22 port enabled there. That's the same thing we are going to do it now. Okay, now because you can execute the command, but if you want to have a proper access on this VM, what is the next step we are going to do? We are going to generate a key. If it's a private, then you have to think in a different perspective. You have to directly dump the access token that or just like in AWS we dump the metadata token, right? In this case also you have to dump that token from the private VM. and you can use it anywhere else. So based on the objective that you want to achieve it here. But generally, if you, because VM, if you want to just steal the identity which is attached to this VM, you can just dump the metadata from there. Okay, now let's generate a SSH key, SSH keygen. I'm using a utility called SSH keygen, and let's generate a key pair. Easy VM SSH key. So it will generate. If it's already there, let's overwrite it. And yeah, it will generate a both public and private key there. Now let's get the private key, sorry, public key, so we can add it to SSH key dot pub. So we can add to there. So this is a key. I can add to the authorized file of this particular VM. So I can access through using the private key. So you just need to specify the same thing. I'll just directly use the command. It's very simple. Instead of here, like in this particular run shell script here, you can specify the VMs. So let me open a new tab. I think that's better. It will be there in, so you, if you see the VM, there is one root user, and if you see, there will be one another user. Let's, if you go to VM identity, this list of VM assign identity, you can see the admin user on this particular VM. So this is the main admin user, because root is not there actually. You can just execute it. So instead of this one, the best way is to add the key and the home directory of this particular user. We use the same thing. We are adding in their authorized keys file. Okay, now you can change it to the actual SSH key. Okay, echo SSH RSA, and from here to here I can execute it. I just specify it, and let's see it will work or not. It will take some time to execute it. If it's successful, it will give you like this, sorry, like this, succeed. If it's a fail, it will give you the error. So I'm adding the SSH public key in their private, sorry, this SSH directory. You can see succeed, allow. Now, if you want to authenticate, we know the username. What else do we need to know? We know the SSH key, we know the username, but we don't know the IP address. So VM in Azure, basically IP address are, so is basically mapped to the NIC is attached to this VM. So you can also get the information about IP address on this particular VM. Let's copy this command. Easy VM list IP address. Here you can specify group resource group name and the VM name. Okay, and you can see this is the IP address, public IP address attached to this VM. Now let's see. So based on different situation, you have to find out a solutions. If it's a private VM, what objective you want to achieve? Do you have access on any internal VMs? And if it's a private, do you have any net which is connected to this VM, so you can even take a reverse shell? If there is net is enabled there, it means you directly don't have a public IP address associated with this one, but if you have a net, you can take a reverse shell. So based on a different scenario, you can take it. Now what we are going to do, we are going to SSH to this VM. So we can use AZ VM SSH key, username we already have IP address, Username we already know from here. Yeah, from here, like this is the username, dev user, and let's try. Sorry, and let's see if it's work. Oh, yeah, yep. Because we added the key, now you can see who am I. Any questions? Let's wait for a few minutes so everybody can find the IP address. So you just need this easy VM list IP address. This is a command, you can use it, and you will specify the name of the resource group and VM there. It will give the IP address that's attached to this VM. Because in Azure, these are the separate resources, public IP address, NIC, these are the separate resources. So you have to enumerate these resources separately. And it's done. So let's wait 2-3 minutes so other can reach till here. Meanwhile, anybody have any questions? You can also try. You already have a credentials. You can also try. If you need any help, just let me know. Any questions? And then we'll start if you don't have any questions. Or so these are the attack we found from the real world or the exercise that we did it. Because a lot of time you see you will get this kind of situations where you can not only you can also do a lateral movement for one VM to another VM if you have this VM command execution permissions or role attached to this one. Any questions? No? Okay, now let's move. Now, if you are inside the VM, just like in AWS, we saw if you are in a VM, you see what type of role is attached to this VM. So in AWS, we have a role attached here. In GCP, we have a service account attached to this VM. It can be a default or custom service account or user managed service account. In Azure, we have a called managed identity. It's similar like Azure role or service account, but managed identity can only be attached to a resource there. So managed identity, there are two types: system assigned managed identity or user assigned managed identity. So now when you're looking for a VM information, like here, you can directly see it here. There's one identity attached to this VM. You can see it here. You can see the identity. This is a system assigned identity attached to this VM. Now, how you can authenticate? So you can, if you can see AZ account list. So first you need. So now in this case, AZ, utility is not there. Even you can connect to the endpoint or metadata endpoint, and you can retrieve the access token. Or if you use the same VM, that then you need to do one thing. You need to install the AZ. So suppose I install the AZ CLI here. I'm just trying to install it, so it will work for you. So there are multiple scenarios. You can install the AZ CLI, you can use any another utility, or you can directly call the APIs, or you can retrieve the tokens from metadata endpoint. Okay, so it will take some time. So just by looking here, you can see there is one identity attached to this one. This is managed identity, and type of managed identity is called system assigned managed identity. So what is the difference between user assigned managed identity and system assigned managed identity? Very simple is system assigned managed identity can only be attached to a VM, a single VM. But suppose this is the identity, this is the object ID which can only be attached to this VM. If you delete the VM, your identity will be lost, will be deleted. But user assigned identity means you can create a separate identity, separate resources, and you can attach to multiple VMs simultaneously. And if you delete the VM, your identity will be untouched. So that's the advantage here. So based on your requirement, you can create, organizations create a system assigned identity or user assigned identity. So suppose if you have the advantage over here is system assigned identity is it will automatically delete it when you uh, delete it. But disadvantage is, suppose if you have 5 systems, you have to assign each and every identity separately, and you have to provide their role separately. But here in the user assigned managed identity, you can create a one identity, you can attach, you can provide the role assignment to this identity, and you can attach the 5 VM together. So all the VMs have a same role because the one identity attached to all VMs. So there is a lot of advantage and disadvantage based on the requirement you can have. Now let's see if it's, yeah, it will taking some time. Let's wait. I think just wait for a few minutes. It will taking some time. Yeah. Now if install, let's see if there is account already. You can see there is no account, but there is one way. If there is a managed identity attached to this one, how you can authenticate? You can use AZ login and identity. This a lot of time you will feel this situation, you will see this scenarios, and you can see I'm successfully able to authenticate. Then you have to so if you want to see this specification of the VM, you can use this command easy VM, and then you can see all other sub commands are there under VMs. That's depend upon what are you can see the memories, you can see the hard disk, or everything you can see it with there are different sub commands are there. So you can use easy VM, and then you can specify the some command, it will give you the result based on the requirement that you have. Okay, now you can see I successfully log in with this identity. This is system assigned identity, and yeah, it's like this only. Now, if you want to see what sort of access, now when you go here in this particular system assigned identity here, let's see it here, where exactly identity are defined, because the important point here is you can see there is a principal ID here, and here if you look at, you authenticated as a system assigned. So this is a principal ID, that means this is the object ID. You can use it, which is mapped to this identity. You won't see here, but you can see just by this this command reference. Now if you want to see the role assignment for this identity, you can copy this one and you can use the command, like you can do it here as well, or you can, let's do outside az role assignment, and then you can specify this particular object ID. And here, that's it. So you can see this particular, okay, so I'll draw you a diagram so you get idea. Now you can see I executed a VM. There is one identity attached to this VM, system identity attached to this VM. Now what sort of role this identity have? If you look at, you can see I have contributor access on this particular resource group. So this have a contributor. It's similar like GCP. We have a editor which can do anything, but it cannot assign a role to any other identity. So apart from role assignment, it can do anything, but it can only do in the resource group. Contributor on resource group. This is the role we assign to this particular identity. So you can see initially I have a, without having any access, I'll become a reader, AD, and enumerate it. Then I'll have a directory reader role and some other roles. Here I have this VM command role and reader role. Now I'll become a contributor. So here we have a reader, you have become a contributor on this resource group. Now next, what we are going to achieve? We are going to achieve as a owner. So if you have this role, you can become yourself as a global admin. You can add yourself as a global admin if you have this API permission. If you have this one, let's see how I can become a owner, because as of now I have a contributor access. Now let's see. Let's move to next point. Any questions still here? No. Okay. Okay. Now, so generally, in our past experience, the privilege, one of the easiest way to provide a privilege escalations is using automation account, because automation account, there are high privilege identities connected to automation account, because automation account is used to perform some sort of automations within Azure itself. So Azure can accept as a PowerShell code. You can do same thing with your CLI. It will like outside of Azure, but if you do with Azure itself, you can use the automation account. You can provide your PowerShell or Python script, which will do. In that case, the identity which is attached to automation account should have a high privilege. So in that case, there would be one automation account. You have to identify automation account, and you have to identify the identity which is attached. Generally, this should be a high privilege identity so that it can do any task which is defined in automation account. But let's enumerate the automation account here first, because let's enumerate it. Let's go again here and let's enumerate az. What's the command? AG automations account list. So here you can see you have one automation account which is there in this product resource group RG prod, and another automation account which is there in this production group. As you can see, you have a contributor access on this particular resource group. Resource group name is RG prod. The resource group name is RG prod. RG prod. So if you have this contributor access, apart from role assignment, you can do anything there. So that means you can create a new automation account, or you can update any existing automation account. That means code within there in automation account. Okay. Now, if you want to see what sort of identity attached to this automation account, so you can see in this particular automation account where you have a contributor access in this resource group, that means all other resources you have a contributor access. There is one identity attached here, and if you look for identity, this is a user assigned identity. VM, we have a system assigned identity, and here we have a user assigned identity. Why it is important? Generally, the identity which is attached to user, which is attached to your automation accounts, should have a high privilege role. Otherwise, they won't do the operations there. So generally, organizations have a high privilege identity role which is attached to automation account. Now, you can see this is a client ID and this is a application ID of this identity there. You can also get the same because if it's a user assigned identity, you can also get the information from, because it's a resource in Azure. Okay, let's copy it. The same. So you have a two identity here. One is your, that is attached. The identity name is VM identity, and this is AAUAM identity. From here, which is identity attached? Like automation account, user assigned managed identity is attached here. Now, if you want to see what sort of role this user identity have, you copy the object ID. Principal ID is just like object ID. Application client ID is the application ID. But in Azure AD or ARM, everything we have to just check with the object ID. So let's copy it. Let's check the role assignment again for this identity, which is attached to automations. And you can see this identity have a owner permission on these subscriptions. Okay, so let me summarize it. You can see you identify there is automation account and there is identity which have a owner permissions on subscription. Owner permission on subscription. Now, why we choose this automation account? Because the system, this identity have a editor permissions or contributor access on resource group, all the resource group. We have a contributor access on resource group. That means this account is part of this resource group. That's why what we can do from here, we can change the code within this automation account, and whatever code we mention here will be executed on behalf of this identity, and you can escalate your privilege here. Any questions here? Why we choose this automation account and why only we choose automation account? No. So not all the time you have owner permissions generally in the organizations, but mostly you have a, so here you can see you have a, generally that in the scenario in some organizations they provide the owner, but mostly they provide a contributor access on subscription level. So in this first phase, this is just a demonstration purpose we achieve it. Here you have a contributor access on resource group level, but by default in our past experience, the identity that we attach to this automation account have a editor permission on or contributor permissions on subscription level. So we can create any sort of resources there. But it's vary from organizations to organizations, but definitely if they want to create a resource, they should at least have a contributor access on subscription level. This is just an assumption how you will get it, but editor definitely we saw a lot of time you will get an editor. Otherwise you cannot create a resource. Like some of the resources you will get access denied, and that's the advantage of automation account, to create a automation account, to create a resource in an automated manner. Okay, now what we can do, let's see what are the things are there. What we are going to do is update the existing code here with our privilege escalations code. Update the code here. Okay, now if you update the code, you can escalate your privilege here. Okay, now let's first check automation account, and then let's see what sort of code is mentioned there. I'm just looking for this automation account prod AAA. Now if this is a command will help you. Let me, now what we are going to do, first we are going to check how like what sort of code is mentioned there. Code is basically mentioned in format of runbooks there. So let's copy this command. Let's see it. Now you have to specify the automation account name, and then you have to specify resource group. This is resource group, this is automation account. So these are the runbook where actually your code will be mentioned there. So you can see it here. There is one runbook which is their prod automation RB. This is a runbook which is there in this particular automation account. Now what we are going to do, we are going to create another runbook within this particular automation account, and this will be executed on identity that attached to this automation account. So I'll just sharing with one interesting code with you, so that will you can use it to escalate your privilege. Just a second, I'll download it here. So you can see this is how you can create a, so I'm just creating a PowerShell runbook. You can have a Python runbook as well. So first I'm going to authenticate with identity. Now what we are going to do it here, we are going to we are going to create a new role assignment in Azure where I'm having the subscription level access there as a owner on subscription level. So here you can specify the object ID of your application. So suppose in our case we are making this application prod app. Let's make it a prod app as a owner on this particular application, or you can make it any other application or any other user as well. So you can, okay, let's say you can make this particular user, the user that we compromise, app user, as a owner permission here. So let me check the user ID, the user that we have, app add. So this is the object ID of this user. I will add in this particular here, and subscription ID will be B711. Let's see the subscription ID. So you can use command. So you can use any command here. You can get the subscription ID from anywhere. This is a subscription ID where you want a honor permissions there. B7, here you can see B711. Yeah, the same. Now what it does, when this command is executed, there will one new role assignment is created. The command will be executed on this identity. because automation account will be run in here, command will be executed in this identity, and this is the command will be executed there. Okay, now let's save this one. Let's create a new run book. So what we are going to do it, we are just going to create a run book. Let's see if we are going to create a run book here like this. What we are run book through sec run book that we are going to create it here. The client. Okay, yeah, because this account doesn't have this permissions. So you have to, because this is the account which we use. What is the account we use it here? Because who can create a run book? So only this system assigned identity can create a run book. So you have to upload it in VM and you have to use it from there. So where we have a VM access. 1 second. Yeah, here. From here you can do the things. So here you have to upload this source code there. So let's copy this whole command from here to here. Create run book. It will create a run book. So this will take some time, just a second. Now what we are going to do, first we are going to upload the code here. So let's copy this code and upload it to this VM because only this VM have access it in this case. So let's create nano dot ps1. Let's see if it's work. Yeah, save it. This is runbook we have. Now what we are going to do it here, let's going to create yeah, you have to add the content here. Let's see, this is the command we use it to. Now we specify automation replace content means the runbook that you created. So if you see in Power Azure PowerShell utility, it's very easy have some sort of buggy there. Sometime it won't work properly. So in this case, if you use PowerShell Azure CLI, it will work like perfectly fine. So unless you specify the content here is sometime easy have this a bug there. So please make sure you use other utility as well. Let's see, it will take some time. Where is this go? Okay, now what you are going to do it here. So once you replace the content here, next step is in AZ PowerShell, it's very simple. You can do it. But now in this case, if you do these things, you have to publish this runbook. These are the steps generally. If you want to change the code of any existing runbook, or you can create a new runbook, these are the code you can follow it. But in PowerShell Azure, there is much simpler way to do these things. So let's try to do this thing from here. Runbook A, runbook publish, preset things there. Now let's publish this runbook. Yeah, sometimes command doesn't work. Let's see if it takes some time. And now what we are going to do it, once you create a runbook, publish the runbook, you have to just, if you want to see, or you can directly execute, invoke the runbook. So whatever content which is mentioned there in the runbook will be executed there. And because we have this particular VM have editor permissions, that's why they are able to do all these things. So let's copy it. It will take some time in the backend. It will take some time. You can see it's provisioning. And let's see the role assignment that the user that we define here. Let's see if it changes any role assignment there or not. Role assignment. And let's see if change. Let's remove. This is the user, right? App admin. Let's wait for runbook to execute the command. So based on your basically the command, let's wait for some time so it will reflect there. Let's check again if it's work. Let's wait for some time, because the code that we mentioned, it will work like this. Let's wait for some minute. Object ID is correct, right? Yeah, object ID is correct. Sorry, let's see if runbook is, we started the runbook, and let's see, let's wait for some time. It will take some time to reflect it. So basically you can see the code in the runbook. What we did it, we assign, we did a role assignment. We assign the object ID of app admin as an owner of this particular subscriptions. So you can, so based on your requirement, you can make anybody as a owner. So in this case, we added app admin as a owner, because the manage identity here have a owner permissions. Now let's check. Sorry, here let's check. It reflected. Yeah, so you can see it here. This will be work like this, and you become a owner there. So final goal is, you updated the code, and where you mentioned that in the code you mentioned that app admin role assignment as a owner on subscription level. This is a code you mentioned there in this particular run book, which will be executed because we have owner permissions. So in this case, at the end, your user app admin or any other, you can specify the object ID of that user, or you can just change the code. I just specify the app ID. Sorry, I just specify to become a role assignment. You can add anything. Even you can create a backdoor, or you can even escalate your privilege there. Just like same thing we did it. Now app admin is a owner on subscription. This is a subscription level. Now global admin we already have. Just like if you have a role assignment right permissions, you will become a global admin directly there. You can, from this prod app, you can add yourself a member of global admin if you have this API permissions. So your both the goal can be achieved like this if you have this permissions and if you have this permission. You can directly add. So let me check the code because generally what happened during the demo lab, we not suggest to have a global admin, otherwise user can delete the resources there. That's why, but it's very simple. I'll just give you a code. You can just use this code and you can become a global admin layer. It's just like you can add yourself as a member. So this is the code, you can use it. Add directory role member. I'll just show you. Are you ready? So I'll just show you the one code. It's very simple. Just a second, I'll just show you this code. Where is one second. So yeah, this is I'll just show you this one code. I think this will work for you. So you can go here and like here where we have authenticated like this here, this connected. So what you can do first, will check get Azure AD role, Azure AD directory role, and you can add, suppose I use this command where you can specify here, and this can only be possible through here. The one problem here is because this particular prod app admin here, this is a service principal, and to authenticate from your Azure AD PowerShell utility, you need a certificate. So you have that one. You can just like similar like you created a secret for this particular things. You can also create a certificate there, which is slightly lengthy process. So if you do that, you can directly use this command where you specify the object ID of the role. Suppose in this case, I specify object ID of this role is here, because in this case this won't work. Why? Because this user doesn't have this particular API permission. Only API have, but API doesn't have a certificate. So you just need, similar like you created a secret, you can create a certificate. You can add it there and you can add it, do these things. Because Azure AD PowerShell utility doesn't support application ID and secret as a authentication mechanism. So you just need to specify application ID and certificate there instead of secret. So here you can specify directory global. So you can choose any role here. Let's say global administrator, global admin, the object ID of global admin, and reference object ID is the object which you want to add as a member of global admin. So let's say suppose you can do it. But in this case it won't work because this user doesn't have a right. But you can try, it will work. Doesn't have authorize. Only this service principal can do this thing. But service principal is logged in as a AZ CLI. That's why it's a little bit, it's take longer time. So you need to generate a certificate, you have to add it in your system, and you can authenticate in behalf of applications using Azure AD PowerShell utility, and you can execute this command. It will work. So you can also check their reference, if you want to see who can do what. So if you have a app role management right permissions, you can add anybody's to any member role there. Okay, any questions here? Okay, I think most of the things we covered. There are few things. I'll share some reference material with you, which is there in the lab as well. So we will get a 30 days lab, just like some of the lateral movement tricks from one cloud to another cloud, cloud to on premises, which is there in. So I'll share the reference material with you, along with which is exercise is already there in the lab, so you can try it. After the 30 days, if you are comfortable enough, you can schedule your exam, and you can that the exam will be 24 hours. 12 hours is just a practical one. Next 12 hours will be your basically report writing, just a brief about how you achieved that objective. Okay, that's I think all about these things. If anybody have any questions, queries, some of the I think some of the questions, I think we already cover all the questions. If anybody have any questions, let me know. Because some of the people are in different time zone, and it's too late for them. So from next batch onwards, we're trying to organize in different region and different time zone, so it's easy for other people as well to coordinate. But we will share the recordings. We will upload the recordings there. Some other reference material also will upload it there in the portal. And yeah, you are comfortable to so you can go anytime with the lab access, where you will get a lot of things which is we won't cover in this lab because we have a limited time, right? 3 days, and it's difficult to cover each and everything. But fundamentals, some of the most common techniques we covered it here. So practice lab will be available, so you can request from tomorrow onwards anytime, and it will be available for next 30 days. So you have to do practice your own. Yeah, definitely. So until or unless you don't try on the in actual lab environment, it's just like watching the videos won't give you that much of comfortable or confident enough. So you have a 30 days practice, research a lot of things, and try in the labs. Feel free to explore the labs, whatever way you want to it, and then yeah. So you just need to drop a mail to our support team to get a lab access. And I think, and apart from this one, if anybody have any questions, any query, I'll be available on the Slack. So anytime you can ask me. If you stuck somewhere, definitely will help you in this case. Thank you so much. Hope you learn new things here. I try to cover as much as can because there are time restrictions already there. We have a 3 days and a lot of things to cover, but we cover our most basic things that should require when even try in a lab environment or go for advanced version. Okay, thank you so much, everyone. I'll be available for next 5 minutes here. If anybody have any query, any question related to exam, lab, anything, just let me know. Okay, thank you so much. I'll be upload. I'll upload the recordings tomorrow. And yeah, lab access you can request anytime. So just drop a mail to support. We will share the lab access detail with you. Try to learn a lot of new things there, practice it, and yeah, I think so. It's a big cyber range lab where all the cloud are connected together. You have to compromise one cloud, then laterally move to another cloud, and then at the end you have to laterally move to the on-premises. Okay, thank you so much. Will the commands we have seen these days sufficient? I can say you just need a fundamental will be the same, but command you have to do some of the research from your own. To be honest, because there are a lot of things that cannot be covered in just 3 days. So in lab, there are a lot of other things, but the fundamental will be the same. But command you have to do your some of the research your own, and some of the reference you can take it from here. And even the exam also, like if you do enough research in the lab, 30 days lab, definitely exam is not that difficult. But please make sure you do enough research and you spend some time on the lab environment. Okay, thank you so much. Share your feedback, suggestions, anything you have. And yeah, see you.